I did not kill her. I did not murder her. I did not take her. I did not do anything to threaten her life. I did not have an accident. And to tell you the truth, if ever there were an accident, I would never be able to hold that in. I would not be able to look you in the eye right now.
On August 14th, 2011, dispatch in Fairfield, Ohio, received a call that would mark the beginning of a 12-year-long investigation. John Carter and Caitlin Markham had been dating for over 6 years and had been engaged for several months when she disappeared on a random night. Caitlin was a bright, artistic person and was just 2 months away from graduating art school with her whole future laid out in front of her. Unfortunately, that future disappeared, along with Caitlin. All eyes were on her ex-fiancé John as the first suspect, as he had been the last one to see her around midnight on August 14th, and several of his actions struck detectives as unusual. For months, things remained unchanged. But then, in April 2013, police made a discovery. Caitlin's remains were found, wrapped in a tarp and abandoned in a creek over the state line in Indiana. With evidence of a homicide on their hands, it was time for law enforcement to get back to work.
Hi, John. How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Come on in over here. I got you a chair right over here.
John, you want water in with that or anything?
Water will be fine.
Okay, all right, let me grab you. You guys want to?
No, I'm all right.
You what?
I'm all right.
All right, let me grab you.
How's it going?
I mean,
Busy time of the year.
yeah, I mean, like I was just telling her, I got a lot of stuff going on. You know, I have to go to this funeral on Sunday, and I just got a new job at Miami Oxford.
Oh, did you? Doing what?
And maintenance for their power plants at
Oh,
their
good.
campus. Yeah,
Good.
I went to school for 9 months at Boca Tech, and then I somehow managed to
What'd you go to school? What was
industrial maintenance.
Is that right?
Yeah,
That's good.
So you got a mechanical brain?
I do. Apparently, I just kind of, one of my friends is he does maintenance for other industrial places. His dad contracts out work and stuff. And I was like, I'll do this and maybe I can get a job with him. That fell through. So I just started applying and
Kind of hard out there. They're doing a lot of building out there, aren't they?
They are. And
I was
a
out
lot
there
of the
last week.
power plant stuff is going to be a lot of fun. So
And is that coal fired or?
yeah,
Uh-huh.
steam plant. So
Yeah.
a lot of steam, a lot of work.
Well, that's good. That's good. You, obviously we never met before, so there's going to be a lot of things that where you're going, gosh, are these guys stupid or what? But we don't know. We don't know nothing about you.
I'm here to help you in
Okay.
any way I can. Like I don't want to. I
Okay.
don't want to hinder anything.
Well, good. There's a lot of different things we want to talk about, but you know, our biggest thing right now is just get to know you a little bit. I mean,
Okay, no problem.
how old are you?
I'm 25.
And you're working over there. When did you start that?
I'm gonna start on Monday. That's why.
Oh, you haven't even.
No.
Haven't even. Oh,
Yeah, it's today. I'm doing this. Sunday I'm doing the funeral. Monday I'm going to work.
Who died?
My Caitlin.
They're having their.
Oh, we have a
memorial.
funeral.
The funeral's
Sunday.
on Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Like I said, I didn't put that together.
I'm sorry.
That's a dumb question.
Yeah.
I was. It's fine.
I kind of thought you already had. I saw some news coverage of a memorial a while back. I kind of thought that's
that
what-
was a memorial. It was kind of a celebration of her life, is what they were calling it. But you know, Dave sets most of those things up. So you know, whenever I try to do anything, I try to do it with my close friends, which would be her close friends. You know, so
What's your status right now? I mean, you got a girlfriend or anything?
I do have a girlfriend now.
What's her name?
Her name is Kayla. We met about a year and a half ago.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a degree where this kind of thing happens. I feel like, you know, there's no book, there's no proper way of handling it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
So the way I feel is, can I kind of explain to you
Sure.
what happened after the fact?
Sure.
So after the fact, I fell apart. I was in my house for months.
Depression.
Yeah, very intensely so. I didn't eat for 2 weeks after. My mom finally got me a quarter pounder, and we were doing one of the searches, and I sat on the side of this hill and was just like, I'm gonna put it in. I'm just gonna see what happens. And I started eating, and then actually I really started eating. Like I devoured the thing. But it was just like, you know, as I'm falling apart and everything around me seems to be completely ridiculous, I get to a point of the lowest low. And there was a particular instance where I'm driving down Pleasant right here. This is Pleasant.
Okay.
Millis is right here.
Uh-huh.
I was driving down there, and I mean, I got to a point where I was ready to go. Like I didn't want to be here. Completely honest with you.
Mhm.
I drive across Millis, and what I assume to be a drunk driver or somebody just going really fast, going about 50 or something like that, blows through the red light, blows right behind me. And I remember that at a certain point, I guess instinctually or something, I gassed it. Like I went faster, and I instinctually pulled myself out of it. And it kind of clicked in my head, like I want to live. Like I want to be alive. I want to exist in this world, and with or without her, I'm still here. And after that, I got to a point where it was just like, I need to focus on making my life better and focus on, you know, just kind of maintaining a degree of okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I started going out with friends and things like that. And I came across Kayla when I was going over with my friend Amber to our friend Sarah's house. And we just started talking and stuff. And I really wasn't expecting to get into a relationship necessarily. I just was kind of, I mean, honestly, I was feeling really lonely. But when I met her, it was just,
Clicked pretty good, huh?
yeah. And she had this really wonderful understanding. You know, she was just like, you know, if she came back, you know, I understand. I can go. You know, because I was already telling her, you know, right off the bat, like, this is what my life is. This is what's going on. And she had this understanding that I wouldn't have expected from anybody. And I just didn't want to lose that.
So this was 6 months after.
6, 7.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. Yeah. Yeah. And I was, honestly, I don't know how to feel about how soon I did it, but I still feel like I made the right decisions.
According to people around John at the time, he was more than okay. In fact, he was acting like he had no care in the world. John had cut off ties with Caitlin's family soon after her body was discovered. And even prior to that, he had not shown any enthusiasm whatsoever in many of the searches or efforts to find her.
I got this job, like I'm doing good for myself, and I can only enjoy those results. I can't beat myself up over those things, you know, and that's how I feel about that.
What's are you still engaged, or I mean, is there anything
Between me and
serious?
her?
Yeah.
Oh no, we're not engaged.
Okay.
No, she's honestly she's technically still married
Okay.
to a man who is not good.
Okay.
He's very much not good. And, you know, I met her friends, and her friends talked about how much of, and pardon my language, but how much of an was and things like that. So actually there was a degree of us that connected on that level too, as far as, you know, she was falling out of a relationship and I had lost a relationship. And I always said it was kind of like we were in the same boat with different sails.
Mm-hmm.
And it was, you know, but no, I have no intention of getting engaged or married in the very near future at all. I just want to exist for a while.
When was the last time you talked to the media or anything?
I talked to Karen a few days ago. On the day she went missing, she had texted me, and then some other Channel 9 had called me. I mean, they call me a lot, and usually I refuse to give a statement, or I refuse to talk to them, interview with them. I just say, I'm going to give you a statement, and you're going to have to be okay with that, because I found that if I tell them I don't want to tell them anything, then they go and try and, use social media as their source, and then they just destroy me.
Mm-hmm.
And then social media destroys me more, and then they destroy me more, and then it's just this never-ending cycle of.
So it's hard to get any rest or anything especially after probably she was found.
I mean, when she was found, it was even worse. I mean, they call me
a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, social media apparently tears me a new one, but I don't go on that. I don't touch it. I don't want to go near any of that.
Do you use it yourself other than that?
I have another one that I use to show my friends my photography and to play apps and video games and stuff on my phone.
So I know Caitlin was into art.
Yeah.
Are you similar? I mean, what's your...
Yeah, actually the thing is before this happened, I was very artistic. I tried to paint a lot and things like that. After she went missing, I decided that I was going to start doing glass blowing. I made pendants and stuff. I made this.
Is that right?
Yeah. I like to make the pendants. I like to, use the fire and melt the glass into different pieces of glass, things like that. So that became my hobby. That became something I did to occupy that empty space. But I will say that when she went missing, when I fell apart, I literally had to rebuild myself. And when I got to a certain point, I started to notice that I have a logical side to myself. Because before, I would focus only on my art. I went to school for communication broadcasting. I did all kinds of artistic things, but I never really focused on my logical side, the part of me that knows math and reasoning and things like that. And once I started going to school, I started to realize more and more that I genuinely have this side to me.
So after Caitlin went missing, you sort of grew up then, right?
Grew up is not exactly the term I would use. I more like reevaluated myself.
Okay. Sounds like things are going well.
Yeah, I mean, considering you can't recover from this. You don't. There's nothing that I can do that will make me feel whole. And I still, to this day, will be in my car alone, and every time, like clockwork, I am thinking about her. And a certain song will come on the radio, or a certain song will come on my phone, and I fall apart.
We're going to get into some of this stuff, and it may be hard to talk about it, but we need to know about it. And we want to go over some timelines and stuff like that. And we may ask you some hard questions, but do your best.
I will.
So when did you meet Caitlin?
I met Caitlin in high school. We were, my sister had been talking to her on, I think at the time MySpace was the popular thing. So my sister had been talking to her on there. Maybe it was still Facebook, but she called me and said, there's this really cute girl that I was talking to. You should come over and meet her. So I guess her dad brought Caitlin over to my dad's house, and I lived with my mom. So I went over to my dad's house, and I met Caitlin, and we hung out for a little while, and I talked to her. At one point we went to CVS, and I bought her a camera, and she was like enthralled by it. She loved the fact that I got her. And it was just like a regular point and shoot. Excuse me. So I we get back to my dad's house, and like we continue to hang out, and I guess I get her phone number. I mean, like, this is 7, 8 years, 9
Sure.
years, something like that. But I call her, I do the courting thing, as it were, as teenagers do. And we go to like football game at one point. I remember going bowling.
Did you guys go to the same high school?
Yeah, we did. But I went to Butler Tech and she went to Fairfield, and I did a half day between Butler Tech and Fairfield. So half of the day I'd be at Butler Tech, the other half would be at
And were you, would you be a grade above her?
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure it was just 1 grade.
But, you talk about your dad. Tell me a little bit about your family. You were talking about you were living with your mom, but what's your dad's name?
My dad's name is
Jim.
James.
Where's dad live at?
He lives in Ross.
Okay. Was he living there at that time too?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And mom is?
My mom is Karen. Her last name is Winkler. She got remarried.
And is your dad remarried?
Yeah, my dad is remarried.
What's her name?
My dad's wife, Debbie
Debbie.
Carter.
Okay. And mom lives close to here?
She lives right up the street.
Okay. And you still live with her?
No, I have. When I got with Kayla, she was living pretty much by herself.
Okay.
And I wasn't going to do that anymore. I refused to let her be alone in her house anymore because of what happened. So I stayed with her.
Okay, so you're living with Kayla now.
Pretty much, yeah.
And is that local here too?
No, that's in Hamilton on the west side,
In Hamilton.
on Carlisle Avenue.
Brothers, sisters? Do you have any?
Technically, I have 7.
7?
Technically, my full brother is Jared. He lives in New Orleans.
Older, younger?
Older. And then I have a half brother named Brian who's mentally challenged, and he lives in California, and I rarely ever talk to him.
Who's he live with out there?
His mom, he actually was a ward of the state, and then he moved into some sort of care facility. So, I mean, I don't really know too much about it.
Okay. And then you talked about this sister that introduced you to
That's my stepsister, Megan.
Megan, who's
Debbie's daughter.
okay, it's Debbie's daughter.
Yeah.
Do you talk with her much? I mean,
Yeah.
still.
Yeah, I
Pretty
talk
close.
to her. I mean, it's not like I go see her all the time or even once a week. She's living out in Dayton now.
Okay.
But I'll still talk to her, and she's still there for me and things like that. So.
And then the other ones are. Has your mom had any kids since she remarried?
No.
Has your dad?
Neither one has had any kids. I don't have any other blood relatives.
Okay.
And I'm not really close to Steve's kids. And I'm not the only person I really got close to was Megan.
Okay. What's your dad do?
My dad is a broker, a food broker, but I think he got some sort of demotion or something not too long ago. So now he helps stock or something like that. I mean, it's not like a serious, huge demotion, but it's just.
Does Debbie
different
work
job.
anywhere?
She works for CBS.
In Ross or?
Yeah, in Ross.
And then you got your mom. Does she work, Karen?
Yeah, she just retired from Fairfield, and then she just got hired at Cincinnati Public.
Fairfield Schools?
Yeah, she works
Okay.
at Fairfield City Schools as a supervisor of special education.
And now she's
Working for Cincinnati Public.
same thing, doing the same thing basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
And then Steve, what's Steve do?
He does IT support for Fifth Third Bank. I believe that's the bank.
Okay. And then what's been your latest job?
I work for Papa John's. I've been working for Papa John's for going on 3 years now.
Delivering or whatever?
Delivering and in store. I did both.
Okay.
And like for a while I got some points on my license for speeding and stuff like that. So they had to put me in store only, and then I went back to driving.
How long you been with Papa John's?
About 3 years.
3 years.
A little over 3 years, actually.
And then this one, it's going to be with Miami. So you probably got a pretty good pay raise, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be $13.50 an hour. Plus, I get free tuition. So
Is that
I'm just
right?
gonna go back to school. Yeah.
Okay. So that's how you met. How old were you when Megan introduced you to Caitlin?
And this is a long time ago. Okay.
Or what year of school you were?
I believe I was a senior. I was like just before I started becoming a senior during that summer.
That's
I believe.
Okay. What year did you graduate?
06.
06. So it would have been 05 that you would have met her.
I'm pretty sure it was September 5th. It's what we decided to make because like we don't remember exactly what day we
So it's sort
started
of
dating.
anniversary.
Yeah, so we said September 5th, 2005.
And tell us about your relationship with her. I mean, did it start off pretty heavy or did it grow? I mean,
to be completely honest, she had so much energy. She was hyperactive. My friends were honestly annoyed by her because she was just so hyper, and she would jump around and
bouncing
like,
ball.
yeah, exactly. I mean, she was a teenager, you know? And actually she did not want to date me for the longest time. Like I would, you know, hit on her and try and do the whole thing. And she would just, kind of dance around the subject. It wasn't like she was just like, no, I won't date you. It was just like, you know, like, I don't know. And, there was one point when I took her to the Renaissance Festival, and we went to the Renaissance Festival, and we walked around there and had a really good time and all that stuff. And I was just like, man, if this isn't going anywhere after this, I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to try and keep going for this. And we get home from that, and she's like, are you going to ask me out again or what? And I was like, well, will you go out with me or anything?
Mm-hmm.
She was like, yes. And then we kissed. And then from then on, we pretty much spent every day together.
Is that right?
Yeah.
So did you guys live pretty close?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at that time, no, we didn't. She lived in the township, and I still lived with my parents. So I would have to drive. And the township is probably about 10 miles in the other direction.
Okay.
So, and maybe a little further. But I would drive out to the township and pick her up, and then we'd go hang out, or we'd hang out at her house in the township. So.
When did she move over here?
She moved over here. I really don't remember the date or anything. Or
I mean,
by the
was
way,
she here a
I'm going to
couple years?
clarify that I do have a terrible memory. Like it's not.
I know what you mean, Tim.
But I.
We're not.
I hope.
Yeah, I don't
'Cause I'm
expect
not-
you to
I
be
hope
specific. But I mean, was she over here a couple years or?
No, she probably was here. You know, we dated for maybe 7 years. Probably 2 years of that she lived in townships. So 5 years of that she lived here.
Okay.
This is a rough.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. So quite a while. I mean,
Yeah.
did you stay with her very often?
Her dad was vaguely intimidating to a degree, and I did not want to piss him off.
Mm-hmm.
So I did not sleep with her in that house. When he said he would be gone for a few days, sometimes I'd get a little sneaky and stay the night with her, but I did not stay with her on a regular basis out of respect for him.
Did your
I
mom
did not
allow
wanna
them to come
lose that.
over to your place, or
My mom was very strict against sleeping together,
right?
so that didn't happen either. And I would have assumed that when they first moved in there, it was Dave, Allie, and her. They were all living together.
Mm-hmm.
And I had figured that Dave would come home late, late because he'd go out, get his couple drinks, and then come home, and that happened a lot. So when I left early, I assumed that he'd be coming back later, or he'd come back in the morning or something like that. So I just didn't want him to walk in with me sleeping with his daughter.
You said he was sort of intimidating. Did he ever say anything?
It wasn't an
Just as
intimidation necessarily. It was more like, this is my girlfriend's father, and on top of that, this is he was very quiet. He didn't say a lot, so that fear and silence kind of thing.
Okay. So did he ever tell you, "Hey, don't stay over here," or you just?
I don't think specifically he told me that, but my mom kind of lays things on thick, so she kind of made me feel like maybe you shouldn't.
Did you get along with him all right?
Yeah, I mean, every time I saw him, I'd be like, "Hey, how's it going?" We talk about small talk stuff, and, but I wasn't really there to see him. I was there to see her.
What about her mom, Caitlin's mom?
Her mom was I talked to her. Like I said, they lived together. All of them lived. Her mom lived in the township with them too.
Mm-hmm.
So, I got to know her. But I mean, I knew her just as well as I knew her dad. Like I said, I wasn't there to see any of them. I was there to see Caitlin.
How was her mom?
Her mom was a little weird.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't a bad person. I never got any bad person vibe from her.
Did you guys ever go on any vacations together or go anywhere?
As far as me and Caitlin
and the family?
I'm pretty sure I've never gone on a vacation with her family now. I went on a vacation with my family and her.
And Caitlin. Where'd you go?
We went to New Orleans for my brother's wedding.
Okay.
So
did speaking of Caitlin, did you two ever go on any vacations?
Not specifically alone. I mean, I was Papa John's employee, broke his head.
Not a whole lot of money,
exactly. Right. There may have been camping trips here and there and festivals that we would go to, but it wasn't.
You talked about the Renaissance Festival. Where else would you go? What other kind of festival? What'd you like?
There's music festivals and things like that. There were weekend-long music festivals. We'd go to those, and we went to Hookahville maybe three times.
Where at?
It's called Hookahville.
Hookahville?
Yeah. It's not exactly what you think it is. I mean,
where's it at?
It's in Legend Valley in Columbus. I think near Columbus area.
Okay.
But it was for music. Like it was the band's called Acoustic Hookah, but they had a whole lineup of people that went with them. Michael Franti is the one we went to see the last time we went, which was that was like what we were going for and things like that.
Obviously you guys dated for a while. Tell me about your life.
We did not have very often towards the end, but that didn't upset me. And,
what's not very often?
We probably had
a lot different than yours.
Probably like once every 2 weeks or something like that. It wasn't like. But I mean, I was getting comfortable with being with her. It wasn't like it upset me or bothered me.
Was that something that she said, "I don't want to"? Was it something that you guys talked about, or? No,
I mean, there was a part of me that, we had conversations about how I wish she would be closer to me. Like I wanted her to, like when we'd sit on the couch, sometimes she'd sit on the other end. And,
right.
Come sit next to me and stuff
right.
like that. But it was never really a fight about. Like I never really got that upset about not having her.
Was she physical with you? I mean, kissing wise?
Yeah.
I mean, was that all right?
We kissed goodbye and hello every time, and we we make out occasionally, things
Yeah.
like that. I mean, it wasn't like it wasn't there.
Okay. Okay. Let's get around to let's get in that week where she went missing. Do you remember what you guys did you do? You said you were around her quite often.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what you did? Let's say a couple of days before.
There was a Sacred Heart festival on
Okay.
the street, and we went to that festival. Walked around.
Do you remember what
Decided
day
to-
that would have been? I mean,
That would have been the Friday before.
okay. Anybody with you on that one?
It was just me and her.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure maybe that was Saturday. Because we only went one day. It was Friday or Saturday.
Okay.
We walked around and there was a raffle going on for a $10,000 prize, and we had been talking about actually I can go a little earlier in the week because
Okay.
earlier in the week my friend Matt calls me and he says, "I'm going to move out to Colorado. Y'all should come with me." And
Matt.
my friend Matt Roque.
Okay.
And I had said, I don't know about that. You're going to want to talk to the lady because she's the one in control of this one.
Mm-hmm.
He calls her, and she had been kind of wanting to, because her dad was moving out,
Mm-hmm.
and he was on the end of paying the rent, and she was going to have to move out, and she was going to move in with me, but my mom wasn't going to let us sleep in the same bed. She was going to make her sleep in the guest room and me in my bedroom. But Matt had said that he was trying to move out to Colorado, talk to her about it, and she wanted to do it. So I was like, okay. I mean, I have nothing tying me down here. I work at Papa John's, and I'm really not.
So was that just that week, basically, that he brought that up, or was that?
It was within that month.
Okay.
before.
Okay. So
I
it
mean,
wasn't anything very long that you were planning.
Well, we were talking about moving out there, but it wasn't like we 1 week decided to go.
Right.
You know,
Right.
we were talking about it a while before that, and we wanted to plan everything. And, we were looking up trailer hitches and things like that to get all of our stuff out there and trying to determine, whether, because she was looking up jobs at David's Bridal, because she works at David's Bridal here in Tri-County
At the mall.
at the mall, well, near the mall.
Okay.
But she was looking up David's Bridals where we were going, which was Fort Collins. And
Did Matt have family out there or something?
no, Matt is what you would call a hippie. He's not so much anymore. He's actually trying to get his doctorate, which blew everybody's mind. But he traveled around the United States, and one of the places he really loved to go was Fort Collins. So the reason why we felt so comfortable with going out there is because he's been to all these places, and Fort Collins is the one he liked the most.
Okay.
So it kind of made it a little easier for us to think, well, if he thinks that the people there are great, then maybe we'll be okay out there.
So you were in on that raffle. Were you
To
thinking?
try and get 10 grand, try and hopefully maybe have some money to get out there and have some startup. But if that didn't work, I mean, we would have just lived with Matt because he was making some money and stuff like that, doing whatever job he was doing at the time.
How much was the raffle?
It was for $10,000.
How much was the ticket?
Like $5 to $10. I bought like 4 or 5 of them. So it wasn't like I paid $5 a piece. I paid grand total honestly, I don't even remember. I just know it wasn't more than $50.
Okay.
You know? So
Because you weren't making a whole lot.
no,
I mean, yeah.
no, and I just wanted to give it a shot. Plus, I mean, we've done raffles and stuff before.
Sure.
It's not like it was a big deal. She wasn't really upset about it or anything. She had 2 jobs. She was making enough money for herself, so whatever I did was on me.
That didn't upset her, you playing? Or, I mean, did you guys argue about it any? Or
No.
Talk about it?
No, I mean, sometimes when we would go out and stuff like that, she'd be upset for reasons I don't understand, but that's kind of the whole demographic of a
Of a woman.
Yeah. Pardon my.
Yeah. So you went to this festival, bought this ticket, obviously didn't win.
No.
Do you remember what you did that night? That was Friday.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly what we did after that. I know that when we were there, we got the raffle. I bought her some pizza and stuff, and we sat and ate some food, and then walked around and tried to find some friends that I might know or that she might know. And
Did you go back to her house that night?
I'm pretty sure we did. We usually do. We usually hung out at her house until she had to go to bed for school, work, what have
That's
you.
fairly close. Did you walk or drive?
Yeah, we
or
walked.
Just walked over.
Yeah, I've always lived near the festival, so I'd always walk over.
That was always something you went to.
Yeah.
That's you didn't spend the night with her up Friday night.
I don't think so.
And then Saturday. Tell me.
I don't remember if it was Friday or Saturday night that we
Okay.
went there.
Well, thank you. If it was Saturday, then that is the night that she went missing. Or that
I'm pretty sure then it was Friday.
okay.
So then Saturday night,
What'd you do Saturday, if you remember?
we pretty much, she had some homework and stuff to do, so she was on her computer, typing away, and we invited our friend Brad over, and me, her, and Brad sat and hung out, and
Who's Brad?
Brad, it was actually a friend she met at Panera.
So it was her friend, but
Yeah, but we were cool too. I mean, we sat and talked a lot and stuff like that. We were watching TV, hanging out, talking, and I'm gonna give you full disclosure on this. I was smoking pot, and we were all sitting around doing that. So we wound up after a little while. I guess we were just sitting there talking. I was showing Brad. I had just started doing glass blowing at that particular time, but it was a different form than I do now than this. This was like, you can make like paperweights and big cups and vases, like big items.
okay.
And I was kind of trying to show Brad all that stuff and, kind of show him what I was doing lately and stuff like that. And then he left.
Do you remember? Was this in the early evening? Was it later? What?
This was like mid-evening. So more like, maybe it was early evening. I don't remember times
That's fine.
specifically.
That's fine.
After he left, I sat down and hung out with her for a little while. And to be completely honest, I was getting kind of bored because all she was doing was typing away on her computer. So I was like, Caitlin, I'm getting pretty bored. Prior to this, let me go back a little bit again. She had to move out of her dad's house, like I said. So she was packing everything up, like getting everything ready, and she had old bills and records that she was putting together that she didn't want anymore. My mom suggested to her that she burn them. So after I was leaving her house that night, she said, I have this bag. It was an American Eagle bag full of just papers and documents and bills and stuff. So I took, she was like, will you take these and put them in your car and, get rid of them so that we can, so that I can get everything over to your mom's. So I took the bag, I brought it over to my friend's house who has a fire pit, put it in there, set it on fire and burned it. That's what she wanted to do. And I, didn't care. But meanwhile, so after I left her house, I went to my friend's house. I did that, but she's sitting there texting me about how I wish I could have been around to watch them, to see my bills go up in flames. All those old bills and stuff. So I was like, it's okay. I still have bills I need to get rid of, and we still got to move out. So I'll go ahead and collect my bills, and we can have another fire. It's not a big deal. And she was just like, I get kind of like whatever. And then,
This was through texting.
yeah, we were just texting.
Did
back
you?
and forth.
Is that how you communicated a lot? I mean,
That's how she did. I hated it. I did not like texting, but she always did. So I just pleased the lady.
Right.
But after that was done, I just went back inside, hung out with my friends for a while, a couple hours. It was probably there late, like early morning, like 2, 3, 4, somewhere around there. No, it was probably like 12, 1, 2.
Okay.
So
you were communicating with her.
Yeah.
While after you're burning that stuff and.
Yeah. And then she sent me a picture at some point. I don't know exactly what point, but she sent me a picture of herself. And now this is not weird to me because her boss at Art Beyond Boundaries, which is one of the jobs she had, it was an internship at an art gallery. He's a photographer and he's really good. And she had been wanting to show me those pictures of, her. So she sent me one of the pictures that he took of her. And that, like I said, that's not weird to me.
Did she say anything about it?
No, that's all I got was that.
Just
That was the last thing I got.
What'd you do then?
After hanging out with my friends and things like that, because I don't know exactly when she gave it. Like, I just looked at it and was like, "Oh, that's pretty," because it was just a picture. I went home after my friends. I watched some TV, which was like on my computer. I just like watched some. I think I watched White Collar, which is one of the shows I really like to watch. And I watched that till really early in the morning, and then I went to bed. I mean, that's kind of how my nights were. I would hang out with Caitlin. She would go to bed for work, school, what have you. Then I'd go over to a friend's house and hang out with them for a while because I didn't have to do anything in the morning. By the time I wake up, she's at work. So it's not like I really got to do anything. I go home and watch some TV and then go to bed. I mean, that was pretty much the routine at that time. And so I went home. There's a point where I was going to bed and I sent her a good morning text message. Now, according to the records that they have, I did not send this message, but I distinctly remember at the very least typing this message, and I'm pretty positive that I pushed send. I don't know what that is all about, but I sent her a really long message, just good morning, I miss you, and I'll see you, when I get out of work and things like that. And then I went to sleep. Next day I woke up, I pretty much slept till I had to go to work at like 5, because I stayed up super late and I slept super late. Like, that's just the way the routine was. So I woke up, I went to work. As I get to work, I send her a text message and there's no response.
Was that normal? I mean, as far as you wouldn't communicate with her until you woke up?
Typically she'd call me, honestly, and she would say like, wake up, quit being lazy, stop.
Typically,
stop.
What, 3?
It just depends on what she was doing that day.
Okay.
But she sent me, she would usually send me messages in the morning, but she didn't. So that I found weird, but it wasn't like out of the ordinary. It wasn't something that So I text her again, no answer, text her again, no answer, start calling her, no answer. And I'm just assuming at this point that she's at work and she can't talk. Then it gets to a point where it hits about 7 o'clock, and that's when she was supposed to get out of work at that time.
Still nothing.
So I still got nothing, and I'm calling her, and finally I just get to a point where I go to my manager. I'm like, look, something's wrong. It's 7 o'clock. She should be answering. I have to go see what's going on. I drive to her house. Meanwhile, Matt's calling me talking about Colorado and stuff. And I'm sitting here like, dude, I don't know why she's not answering right now. I'm really not worried about that crap. I get off the phone with Matt. I pull my car into the back parking lot, go to the back door. I have a key. I immediately use the key, unlock it, go in, and I start calling for her. You know, Caitlin, where are you? Caitlin. I run upstairs. Her purse is still on her bed, and her sheets and stuff are all strewn about. There's dog crap all over the floor from her dog, who normally does not get put in her room. And her phone's not there. I just see I look at the bed, I look at her purse, I look down at the phone cord. Like, this stuff is happening, like, I'm like hyper aware because I'm like, where am I? I look down at the cord, her phone cord, her phone's not there. So I call her again, I think. And then I'm scrummaging around for something to find out where she is because her car is still out there. You know, I don't understand why her car would still be there. I would assume that either she'd be on her way home or something like that. That's why she's not answering. But, you know, then her purse is there and everything's in there and nothing looks really out of place apart from the crap on the floor and there's a pencil holder that got knocked over and there was a picture of her sister Allie on the coffee table that was knocked over in the downstairs area.
Did you perceive that to be strange?
Vaguely so. I mean, that picture frame falls down all the time. Like, you put your foot up on it and it just falls over. But I found it strange that the pencil holder was knocked over. I found it strange that Murphy was in her bedroom by himself. I found it strange that her car and purse were still there. So I proceeded to call everyone that I knew. I called everyone that I figured she could go in another car with. So I called our friend Katie. I called our friend Mary. I called her dad. I called my mom because she hangs out with my mom occasionally. I tried calling everyone I could think of that would have come and picked her up and hung out with her or something. After a certain point, when I kept getting no's and when I kept finding out, my friends John and Katie wound up walking up to the festival because the festival was still going on at that time to see if maybe she walked over there to hang out with somebody there, maybe even to go see her sister or something. So they went over there, then came back and another no. At this point, I realized that I'm still at work. So I call my work and I'm like, hey, I'm dealing with this right now, so I'm not going to come in. She's like, well, I still need you to come in and give me the money that you've made from driving. So I go back to the store and I give her the money and I come back and I'm by myself and I'm sitting here thinking, this is weird. This is not good. None of this is okay. So at this point, I'm like, that's it. I'm calling the police. I've heard on movies and TV shows that you're supposed to wait 24 hours after the person's gone missing before you do anything, before the police can even do anything about it. So I just said, screw it. I'm just going to do it. I call the police department. I left the phone call. I mean, I'm sure you've heard it. And then I get back to Caitlin's where all of these, like her dad, I think, wound up showing up by the time I got back. And then some of the people that I called to find out where she was were standing there. And then the police officer shows up and I started explaining to her what happened. And then, then the whole series of events unfolds. I'm sitting in, I'm pretty sure, this particular room for a solid 4 hours. And
Really?
I'm dealing, I'm talking about all the things that had occurred prior to this. And I mean, we're redoing this right now. So, like I said, there may be parts that I'm not remembering or something,
That's
but
fine.
as far as I remember, that is the timeline of what had happened.
What did you, after you notified the police, what went on next? You were here for say 4 hours.
I'm blank on that.
Okay.
I mean, for real, I lost myself when everything was so real. When the cops walked up and they went into her house and started searching everything, I could not remember anything because I cannot.
Did you go on any searches with them?
I went on some search parties. I did the first few, like I did every one I could. And then I went, and then Texas EquiSearch came in and I started doing those. And then they started telling me that I couldn't because I'm sorry, give me a second.
That's fine.
Because if I found anything, then it would be horrible. And they didn't want me to do that.
So they suggested
that I stop searching. I didn't feel comfortable putting up the flyers because I had a lot of trouble. Every time I saw her picture, I would just cry because I missed her so much and I couldn't do the flyers. So I had to do something. I'm sorry, man.
That's fine. Let's move up. You heard that her body was found.
Yeah.
What was going through your mind then?
I didn't want to cry in front of the ironically, in front of the police officers. So I tried to keep myself, but I was with my mom when they told me. So I confided in my mom more than anybody.
Mm-hmm.
So I went to her and I fell apart again. And a few days later, I fell apart in front of Kayla, and I did not want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And by falling apart, I mean I literally fall to my knees, and I can't move. I can't feel. So I focused on myself. I couldn't. I know that sounds selfish. I don't know. I feel really bad about that, but I focused on myself and I tried to make myself better so that I could be okay. And I'm sorry, man.
That's fine. Have you been over to where she was found?
No, I don't want to go there. I didn't want to even acknowledge the day she went missing this year because I don't want to remember her for that. I don't want to go to that place and be like, oh, this is where she died. That's wonderful. Like, why would I want to see that? Why would I care about that? Like, I just want to remember her birthday and I want to remember
The
good things. Mm-hmm. I don't want to remember that. I don't want to know anything about that except for the fact that whoever did this is not here. That whoever did this is either dead or in jail or...
Tell us your theory.
I
guarantee you thought about it. What is...
I've thought about it, but the only thing I don't know how she got there. I don't speculate how she got there because I try not to think about that shit. I try not to put those images in my head. I have no idea what she went through, and I don't want to imagine what she went through. All I can think is that somebody came to her house, either knocked on her door or broke in somehow without breaking a lock. They came up and grabbed her and took her. I mean, that's all I can think. Either that or she answered the door, they grabbed her and took her. I really don't speculate. I try not to speculate because if I do, I go back to empty.
Bad. Do you know are you familiar with the area where they found her?
My dad has property in Laurel,
Mm-hmm.
which you can take, because I know that it's on 129 or off 129 or something. 121. Okay, that's the one that leads you like to Batesville and stuff, right? Or not Batesville, but starts with B.
Batesville.
It is Batesville. Okay. Yeah, and my dad would go that way occasionally, but usually, because he lives in Ross, he takes a totally different way. But I do know, and my dog was bought right off that road by a family. Their last name Masters.
Where's your dad's farm at?
My dad's property is in Laurel on Kokomo Road. But I mean,
How would you go if you were going over there? Explain it to me.
I think the only way I can think to go is to probably take 121.
Now I told you 121, but
I didn't, I know it by landmarks.
Sure.
That's how I know my directions.
take off from, would you go like from your dad's house? Ross.
I don't usually go from my dad's house.
Okay, how would you go
just go to Millville in Hamilton and then shoot up Millville until I get to, probably go up New London and then get to 121 from there. But I mean, I rarely drove by myself.
I say 120. You would probably you go into Indiana like 252 and run to
Like
Brookville.
I said, man, I look at landmarks. I don't even know like the names of the roads. Like I know that I'm supposed to turn before a big white barn, and that's how you get down the road towards.
Right.
That's how I remember that stuff.
How often would you go over that way?
Like personally, I think I've driven up there a handful of times. Usually, I have my friends drive, and my friend Matt would mostly drive up there.
When you go, is there like a house or?
Yeah, there's a house, there's a pond, there's a little cave wedge thing. There's all kinds of stuff to do up there. There's 4-wheelers and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
when you guys went out there, you fish and would you stay overnight or?
Yeah, I mean, we'd stay overnight. I went out there a couple times with, Caitlin and, we just kind of do whatever. It's just the property.
What John failed to mention here is that to access his father's property, you have to turn onto a road that runs perpendicular to where Caitlin's body was found. And though he keeps on repeating that he rarely visits the property, his friends said otherwise. They repeatedly mentioned that they all went there frequently to party.
Now, how is it your dad's? Is it his family's? Did your dad
My
buy
dad
it?
and my uncle went in together on it. And my uncle just recently passed away, so I guess if anything, it's going to him. I'm not
To your dad.
100% on that.
Yeah. When was the last time you were out there? Have you been out there?
I've been out there since, but I have not been out there since we found out she went missing. Or since we found out she was there. Yeah. But I had gone out once, and I went out with a bunch of my friends, and we hung out there, and then woke up and did some trails and stuff like that. I mean, I've been going hiking a lot lately. I've been feeling very comfortable with nature, so we've gone to like Red River Gorge, and we're talking about maybe going up to Clifty Falls, and but yeah, so I went up there once since she went missing, but this was
When was the last time she was there?
Who, Caitlin?
Yeah, was it very long before?
I don't even remember.
Okay,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's
I don't
fine.
remember.
Did you get over to Indiana much?
No, I mean, my dad. When I was younger, my dad would be like, "You're coming." Come on."
Right.
And, my dad really wanted me to be this kind of man's man sort of person. So he, before there was a house there was a barn, and he'd make me shovel the manure out of this barn and, do all this stuff. So, and in that way, I guess no, I hated it. But I mean, in that way, I guess it did kind of bulk me up to a degree. But, after I wasn't forced to go out there, like I had bad experiences going out there. Because one time I went out there with my friend Jake and Nick, and when we went out there, somebody left the trunk open in my car, and my car battery died. So I was stuck in this place without a phone or anything. I had to go up the street, find somebody. I had to knock on a door, which is not the wisest thing to do in Indiana. I learned that very quickly. But this guy let me use his phone. I called my dad and he came up and I got my car jumped and started and I left. But I was like, that wasn't the first time that that's happened out there. You know, like my car has broken down out there at least twice. And, you know, I just kind of took it as a bad omen. Like, just, if you go out there, your car's going to break down, you're going to be stranded. So I just didn't want to do that.
With Caitlin, what would you guys argue about? What would you fight about?
I mean, I told you, you know, the closeness thing, generally our arguments were sometimes about money, sometimes about stupid stuff. There was one instance where we had an argument about, there was a possum in the middle of the road. It was coming across the road. I turned to have it go under my car. I didn't want to run it over, but I wanted it to go under my car. And she said it just started raining and she expected me to swerve out of the way of this thing. And I was like, first of all, it's a possum. Second of all, I'm not going to risk our lives for this possum. And we got into this really big argument about that because, you know, she was all about saving animals and I'm about it too, but I'm also about saving our lives. And that was my point.
Ever anything physical getting that? Did she ever smack you and kick you?
Never.
Did you ever punch her?
Never.
Kick her?
Never.
Pull her hair?
Mm-mm.
Twist her ear?
That's intense.
Yeah.
But no, we never got physical with her.
She was pretty passive, huh?
Yeah, and so am I, very much so. I mean, that's how I have always been.
You ever been in a fist fight ever?
I've been in two with the same person in 7th grade. The first one I lost. The second one I only did because I lost. Because
So
I was
it was a
embarrassed.
revenge thing.
Yeah. I saw him in the breezeway. I dropped my books and I started fighting him. But it was really like a peer pressure thing because I was walking through the hallway and this kid who was like school bully, but he was actually talking to me. He was like, knock his books out of his hand. And I did it. And that started the fight. And he punched me in my glass. Oh, I fought him like I was fighting my brother. So I didn't punch him in the face. I just punched him like gunshots and stuff. And it wasn't effective. And he just, after I was done, I was like, this isn't affecting him at all. And I just looked at him and then he punched me in the face, glasses fly off, and I walk away. So I was really embarrassed by all that. So I turned around and went back and tried to fight him. But other than that, I just told you, like, I don't even really fist fight my brother. Like we didn't hit each other in the face.
Wrestle around.
Yeah. We just like did arm bars and things like that. Like that's what we, but even still, like, I don't like fighting. I don't believe in violence. And you can ask any single one of my friends. I mean,
Well, you understand where we're coming from. You know, we're from Indiana and, you know, we don't know you. I mean, this investigation was going on a whole lot longer before, until we found her.
right.
So now we have to start over again, you know, and that's
I get
why we're
that.
talking
That's
to
why I'm
you.
here.
And right. And, you know, so we gotta look at different things and we gotta eliminate things. And that's what all we're doing.
And I'm really hoping that we can cover whatever you need covered now because I really hate reliving this.
I understand that.
And I don't mean
understand that.
any disrespect to
No,
you.
no.
I just really don't want to do this anymore.
Sure.
I do not like this room anymore.
Yeah. Brings back a lot. I understand that.
Yeah. And that's why I'm here. I want to give you anything. I want you to feel comfortable with me. You know, I don't want you to, you know, feel like you know, have to, I don't know, force anything out of me. Like, I
Right.
want to give you
Right, I
what
appreciate
you
it.
want.
It helps. I mean, we're trying to find out who murdered Caitlin.
And I want you to do that.
Tom? I'll be back in a second.
What do you think? I'm curious to know what you think that somebody from the outside thinks that you may or may not have a role. Maybe and Vance used the word murder. I'm just going to say her disappearance, okay? Because you were one of the closest people that we know to her in an emotional way, physical way. So was her father. And then at some point she is gone. And then much later down the road, her body's found. And she's obviously died. It's been my experience over a very long period of time that things happen to people. It doesn't necessarily mean that there was intent for anyone to be harmed. People die. Sometimes it's accidental, sometimes it's not. Do you feel like that in the course of any investigation in the past, have you been accused of doing something to her?
Not
Officially or unofficially?
not by police, but people have accused me on the internet. And I know this because my friends will say, "Did you hear that they said this, this, and this?" But I refuse to look at that stuff because I do not need to be involved in that. I'm not that person, and I don't need to defend myself to those people. You guys are the ones who need to know the truth.
Sure.
You are the ones that I need to talk to. I don't need to talk to them. And I don't need to talk to anybody who thinks that I did anything because I didn't. And I know I didn't. And that's why I'm here. And that's why I'm here without a lawyer. That's why I'm here telling you everything. That's why I sat here and said that I smoked pot. Like I don't want to leave anything out. I want to tell you everything. So.
I will tell you after sitting here and not doing a lot of talking and doing a lot of listening to both of you, you do strike me as a person that's pretty intelligent. I think you are a very articulate young man, and you have, responsible or not, you've endured some tough things.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that's kind of happened over.
When we investigate things, we try to do it in a logical way.
Mm-hmm.
We really like to be closer to the time of all the events. We're not. We're way past that by
Over a year.
A year.
Almost 2.
Which can't was August is.
It's been 2 years.
2 years ago.
2 years.
So, Vance talked a little earlier about the hard questions, and I think that you apparently had been questioned early on by the police, and at one point in time, it's my understanding that there was a reason to believe that you were being dishonest about something. I'm not being evasive.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying something.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe knowledge, or maybe not so much evasive about a particular act or culpability or anything like that. And then it kind of ended at that point.
I don't know.
Do you recall?
I mean, like, I know that I've taken multiple lie detector tests, and I know that I've been accused of being dishonest. And I know that somebody thinks that I have some sort of something that I'm hiding, but I promise you that I am not. I'm not hiding anything. I've told everything that I know to all these detectives here, to the FBI, to the Ohio State Police. I've been here hundreds of times, it feels like. I mean, I know that that's not the truth, but...
Right, understand.
And I can't say any more. I don't know any more than what I have told.
It's obvious to me, or it seems obvious to me, that you no doubt had a deep affection for her and had an expectation for a long-term relationship and cared about her in a way that is common sense. You become in the spotlight for reasons that I believe is obvious, that we both can understand, and I don't have to go into detail and speak to you like you're not intelligent enough to understand. I'm not saying you're in the spotlight today. Outside of this room, you may feel, I mean, I appreciate the fact that you came here on your own and, you realize I'm going to go talk to some people that are from Indiana and, you're not under arrest and you know that. You're not being charged with a crime. That's not why you're here. We're here to gather information and talk to people. I'll be honest with you about some things and my experiences with these type of situations is that I've learned over the years through my experience to never be shocked about what someone may tell you. The stereotypical TV monster, or there's always all these TV shows about people disappearing and bad things happening. There's always this evil person lurking in the background. Every story doesn't have that theme. Okay, there's plenty of situations where things have happened that had a very unhappy ending. It doesn't necessarily mean there was ill effort along the way. Okay. So I'm just going to be honest with you and not to be offensive toward you, but I would tell you that I would not be surprised if through our conversation today that you told me something that had not been talked about yet. Simply because you had a intimate, up close relationship with her. Okay. You were with her all the time. And to our knowledge, the last person that I can say saw her living. Because there's no evidence that we've uncovered that there's anyone else. That doesn't mean that's not so. Okay. That just means that we don't have that evidence at this point.
I can tell you this. There is nothing more that I can tell you guys that I haven't told them. The dishonesty that from what I understand it, that they are seeing is with the discrepancy with the good morning text message. And as far as I remember, I sent that.
In your mind, you did.
Yeah. And I have been known to be wrong before, but I remember sending that. I have told you guys the series of events that had occurred through all of that, and I have nothing to hide. I'm not, I've been interrogated by the FBI, and
How'd that make you feel?
Scared. What's going to happen? That kind of stuff. You don't just walk away from it. You don't just go, oh yeah, I'm going to make up some story and everything's going to be fine. And through all of this, I've been through this so many times. At some point, if I was lying, I feel like I would have messed up. First of all. Second of all, for who I am, for what I have been through, for all the things, for how I was raised, I'm not the kind of person to do something like that, whatever it may be, and then turn around and lie about it.
Did you ever, when we're talking, I'm listening to what you're saying right now, is that someone, I'm just quoting you, could do something like that and then turn around and lie. I'm willing to accept a possibility that she may have passed away but it wasn't because someone willfully killed her.
I cannot.
And then,
I cannot accept that fact. And the reason is why would she be there? Why would
have
she
you thought
be in the
about-
middle of Indiana, in the middle of nowhere?
have you thought about the possibility that she could have been doing something? What I'm going to say is obviously with someone throughout the night. Something went wrong, and then in a panic, someone decided,
Regardless,
get rid of
somebody
her body.
did something. I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut you off, but
it's all right.
regardless, somebody did something. Somebody did something and they're not saying something. They're not saying whatever it was. They're not confessing. They're not doing anything. So, I mean, somehow she got from point A to point B, and that's as far as my speculation goes. I don't know.
I think that's pretty obvious.
Would you be interested in, as far as your involvement, or I should say participation with regard to an investigation, to once and for all be done with it?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm not asking you to erase your memories of someone that you love, but I'm asking you, you're here today as a result of police investigating something.
Mhm.
You're ready to be done with that.
I would like the person who did this to be caught. That is what I want. I don't want to just be done. I do. There's a part of me that, just like, I just don't want to come here anymore. I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to talk about this situation anymore. But this is what I have to do to find out who did this. And this is important to me. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm talking to you guys. I know from before what these are like, what these conversations are like. I know what I have to go through for this shit. And I'm sorry, part of my language.
Don't worry about it.
But I'm here and I'm doing this and I'm talking to you guys about this and I'm taking all this in because I need to find out who did this so that I can actually go out and live a life, so that I can know and rest easy that the person who did this is in whatever hell they need to be in. I have to have that closure. I have to have that closure.
But, and let's take that. Let's follow up on that a little bit. What would you want to happen to somebody that did that to her?
Instinctually, I want that person to burn in hell. But because I know what country I'm in, and I know that there is a human element to all of this, I really just want that person to rot in jail. I want that person to be
For the rest of their life.
forever. I don't want them to ever get out.
There, and John, I know you've been through this stuff. We're investigating things a little bit different than the last time that you were, asked to do things. Now we're looking. We know that, it was a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
We know that was a homicide. When they were talking to you before, we had a missing person.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, do you know where Caitlin is? No. Now we have a homicide.
Mm-hmm.
So it really, not to demean it before, but it really steps it up a little bit now.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, we know that she didn't go over there and just throw herself in. Right. I know you've taken a polygraph before.
Yeah, and I really would prefer not to.
Okay, let me things are a little bit different. Okay, with them, like I said, this was the disappearance. I can tell you, we do it ourselves. We don't send you to the FBI. We do it
They came here. I mean,
right. But
then
I mean,
they did it 2 more times. I've been through it 3 times, man. I really.
I think what you did take was a voice analysis.
2 of them were voice stress analysis.
Right.
One of them was a polygraph. And I'm going to be completely upfront with you.
Mhm.
And the reason why I believe that is because they kept telling me that I was being dishonest. And I sat there and told them the truth.
Okay.
And I'm not going to go through that again, man. I'm not going to do that. I'm telling you everything that I
Okay.
know. And I'm telling you that this is the truth. And that thing does not tell you what the truth is.
I agree with you. You know, I mean, you're sitting there and you're seeing that stuff. You know, you're saying, "Hey, I'm being honest," and you were saying, you know, maybe that in my mind, I did send her a text. You know, I really thought I sent her a text. You know, and there's a discrepancy whether there was. You know, I understand where you're coming from on that.
But besides all of that, that text message has nothing to do with this. That text message
Right.
was me
You're
going to
right.
bed and I'm sending her a message. Like, that has nothing to do with this.
With her message.
Regardless of whether or not I sent it,
Mhm.
it has nothing to do with this. I have, you know, the whole storyline that I told you, and the fact that it's corroborated. Call all the people involved. All of it is corroborated. This is what I did. They looked at my computer and looked to see if I was watching shows, I'm assuming. They, you know, looked at my records. They looked into everything. Like, the whole point was to find out what I was doing at that time.
Mhm.
And I'm here to tell you what I was doing at that time. That story is not going to change. Those words are not going to change. I'm not going to say anything different. I don't have anything different. I'm telling you the exact series of events that occurred. Again, the polygraph does not tell you anything. It's not going to give you anything. It's not going to help you with this investigation because it has already said that I was being dishonest. And when the FBI did this, they told me things about this case that they said I was being dishonest about that actually, now that she is found, is complete. So
Such as?
he said that that I had gone positive for her being found. If she was like, if we were to find her, where would we find her? And then he used things like the woods, a field, things like
How
that.
about the polygraph?
That was the polygraph. That was the polygraph. And he said that I came up on field. And she wasn't found in a field, if I'm not mistaken. She was found in the woods. There are things that he said I was being dishonest about that I am completely telling the truth. Now, I don't know if that's me and my heart's pumping and I'm getting nervous because I'm sitting with these wires attached to me or what. But this has nothing to do with the investigation.
So what you're telling me, we would be totally wasting our time for doing it.
Yeah, because I have no reason to lie to you.
No, I mean, here's the point. I want to interrupt you and say this. That most people don't think or realize the point in using a polygraph in a lot of cases is not with the expectation to find deception, but it's to clear someone.
And I'm fully aware of that, and that's why I did it 3 times.
Well, you only did it once. We don't.
That particular polygraph, yeah. I mean, I
Right.
did that polygraph once, but I sat in this room and had this conversation, and I know that when I did that polygraph, that was interrogation. That was not proving my innocence. That was just strictly me being interrogated and me being assumed. I'm not going through that again. And I understand that I need to clear myself. And that's why I'm here, but I've been through this.
When they were, like you said, interrogating you, what did you think? I mean, what was going through your mind at that time?
That this was
that the first time that somebody accused you of doing something with her disappearance?
No, I mean, there have been people outside that have come up to me, and there have been people outside who've said crap on Facebook.
But I mean, as far as police, was that the first time?
Yeah, that was the first time.
Yeah.
And the whole time I kept thinking that I felt defeated. I felt like I kept telling them everything that I know, and they just kept coming at me with, well, we know it was a mistake, so you can just go ahead and fess up now. Like, no, I didn't do anything to her. I would never. Okay, I was with her for 6 years of my life, my entire life. Like that was my beginning of my adult life. And it went away like that. And it was taken from me. I did not do anything. I did not touch her. I would never hurt her. I would never physically do anything to give her pain. And accident or otherwise, I would not be here had it not been for this.
Understand something. You don't need to be defensive right now.
I'm currently being defensive
hold on.
because I don't want to do this polygraph.
Let me
I'm
say
sorry.
That's all right.
this to you. I'm going to tell you what I would like to see you do, but you don't have to do any of it.
Okay.
Just what we'd like.
I want to draw a line through you off the drag race board. Cleared.
But I mean, if this I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I don't know anything about a voice stress test. We don't do that.
Mhm.
We've never been trained in it. We know nothing about it. We're not going to go there. It's not even a possibility. It's not a tool we use.
Mhm.
Understood.
Mhm.
We do use a polygraph examiner who is a state policeman. I have confidence in his ability and his skill. What he does is totally voluntary. You do not have to take the polygraph test. You do not have to sit and endure 1 minute's worth of questioning before or after polygraph test. Okay? Don't have to. If you don't want to do that, I respect that.
For the next 30 minutes, John complains about the uselessness of polygraph tests and gossips about the shifting family dynamics after Caitlin's death.
And when you walked into this room, Vance and I both have, what I feel like is we've had a good conversation with you, and it's been respectful all the way around. And I want you to feel that way when you walk out the door.
Mhm.
Okay?
And I appreciate that.
There's no reason for me to be disrespectful,
Thank you.
but I will be honest.
Mhm.
Okay? Sometimes being honest is not always causing for easy conversation.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
We don't use this tool with every investigation. Okay. Every time we speak to people, we don't shove them down to room number B for the polygraph examination.
Mhm.
Given the nature of this case, the best way for us to investigate is in a methodical, logical manner.
Mhm.
You are not the first person that we've talked to.
I
Okay.
know.
You're not. And we're trying to eliminate people that should be, need to be. So we can say, we've done everything we can do. I don't even need to talk to you. I don't see any reason. Theoretical, if you drove over to Versailles tomorrow and took the polygraph test, pass it, that ought to be the last time that we should talk. Maybe forever.
But that's just
Okay.
the thing, man. I don't handle that stress very well as it is. Like I don't handle coming here. I don't handle talking about this whole situation. Like my heart pumps, you know, I'm like, you know, because I feel like when I'm here that people are practically accusing me before I get in here. Now I know
They're judging you.
I know that that's not the way it is. Like I know that you guys
You feel that
are
way.
doing that, but it's
And
intense.
that-
and plus,
that-
I have to keep talking about all this stuff.
Right. But you know, and continue what he's saying though, you know, if we get to that point and say, hey, you know, we're done with John, you know, then you don't have to talk with that stuff.
Well, and I would love it. I would love it if you guys could go, we're done with John. We don't have to deal with him anymore. But that is quite literally what I was told the last time I was here. And it got nowhere. It
Were
went
you told
nowhere.
the last time that you were here?
Is
you
when
walked
she
out?
was missing, and I get that.
Right,
But
right.
But I mean, guys, you have to understand that the polygraph is ridiculous. I mean, after I did the last one, my mom looked it up. She did the research. 65% of the polygraphs are complete crap. You know, truth, not truth, whatever. Like, if I go to this polygraph and I am part of that 65% and I'm, you know, something comes up and you guys are like, well, now there's this, then you've not only not crossed the line through my name, you've circled my name. You've made me, and what's the point? What's the point? Because I'm sitting here and I'm telling you everything that I know and I'm giving you everything that I can. And there's nothing more I can give you. Go out, find the person that did this, and bring Caitlin to justice. And that's all I want. You can cross my name out when you find that person. Okay, please. Don't put me through this stupid shit again. Don't make me go through this whole story all over again just so you can put a line through my name. I just want peace. I want her to rest in peace. I want to live my life in peace. I have nothing to hide. I have told you everything from the drugs that I've done to the stupid shit that I've gotten into. Like, there is nothing that I can hide from you. And I'll give you an example. There was a point when I was backing out of Caitlin's back pavement because she has like a pavement that goes to her back door and then this thing over here. I backed out and I bumped someone's car. Now I could have just as easily pulled away and drove off. Now I know that this does not compare to that situation, but I got out of my car. I went to their door. I knocked on their door. I told them that I hit their car and then I took care of that shit. I'm an honest person. And because I've taken this polygraph before, and regardless of whether or not the voice stress analysis test is any different, I don't care. Like, I've already done this. I've already had to deal with all this shit, man.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm regretful that you've already done it, that you have, because what you have is a case where even though you have two agencies that completely work together, each agency is going to use the resources that they have. In our case,
Does that make sense to you? I mean,
No, I mean, I get what you're saying. And I
Right.
know that you guys really, like, you want me to do this. But the simple fact that you even want me to do this already tells me that you guys don't believe anything I say. And I know that it's kind of your job to kind of go to this, like, we have to confirm. I get that that's your job. But
well,
you're going to put me in another place in my life that I don't want to be in anymore, man. Like, I don't want to do this part of my life anymore. I just want this person to be found, and you can find them. I know you can. Please just find the person. Like, I've given you all the information that I can give you. Collect other information from everybody else. Go further. And maybe when you guys are completely SOL, I'll come in and I'll do a polygraph. But at this particular point, I cannot do it. I have to go to this new job. I have to have my life. And this whole time, I waited from Monday to today to do this. And I can't function. I sat there and thought, man, I'm going to have to relive every single part of this all over again.
Well,
But can you guys please just keep investigating? Find out what you need to find out. And if you're still at a point where you still need me to do this stupid polygraph thing, I will consider it. But at this particular juncture, I have to focus on my shit. Is that okay? Does that sound reasonable?
That's reasonable. That's reasonable. You know, and
You can look into me all you want. You can ask people from my childhood if you want to.
well, you know, you talk about, you know, if I did it, I would tell you. We've been doing this job combined for over 50 years, unfortunately. And, you know, unfortunately
I'm saying
for
if
us,
it was an accident, I
Right.
would tell you.
but if it was on purpose, you wouldn't. You see what I'm saying? People don't tell us. You know, people don't come. We go up to their house and say, "Hey, you know, your neighbor's missing. I killed her." You know, I mean, you know what I'm saying.
I get what you're
that
saying, but a
that don't
polygraph
happen.
isn't going to give you crap. Polygraph isn't going to give you anything because you're going to tell me at some point that I'm being dishonest if it happens. And then I'm going to turn around and tell you, no, I'm not. And that's all you're going to have.
So
I
what
can't give you any
so,
more than that.
So what you're saying is you know, in your mind, you're going to pass it regardless. And
I feel
regardless,
like I would pass it
and
because
regardless of what
but
it
that's how
says.
yeah, I'm sorry.
Right,
I
right.
keep trying. I
That's
do
fine.
that.
That's fine.
I believed that I was going to pass it the first time I took it. I came in here full-heartedly believing that. And then they told me, you're being dishonest about this thing and that thing. Well,
let me tell you a little bit about the test, and then we're going to put this to bed.
okay.
Okay? Because I don't want to debate it anymore. You know that this is what we've asked.
Mhm.
Still going to ask you to consider it. You don't
And I
have to
will
do it.
consider it.
You don't have to do it. I'm just going to ask you to consider it.
Okay.
And this is all I'm going to say about the polygraph because I'm not an examiner. Therefore, I'm not trained, and it's not right for me to go into a bunch of detail about the polygraph. But I will just tell you how it goes in summary and very shortly. You meet with the polygraph examiner. You tell him a little bit about why you're there and your relationship. He will ask you, what questions can I ask you? He'll ask you that. And then, and before you take the official test, he will tell you what he's going to ask you. Whether you have that happen before or not, that's what he will do.
That's pretty much all I'm done with.
Then he will ask you some questions, very specific, and that'll be done. That's how
I
it
know,
goes.
but
That's how
like
we
I
do it.
said, man,
I'm just saying, let's not debate it any longer. I just think it's necessary for you to know, in summary, how it goes. So think about it.
So you'll keep that option open, right?
I will keep the option open. I want you guys to keep looking.
Oh,
I want
Don't
you guys
think we
to
won't.
yeah,
Yeah.
Don't worry about that.
keep digging. Look into me all you want. Look into
I got
everything
stuff out
I
for a
said
minute.
before, things like that.
That's
You
fine.
know,
Oh, that's fine. John, I didn't get your address. What's you're living with Kaylin? You might have told me. What's your address over there? Okay. Avenue.
Mhm.
What's the zip over
Uh,
there? You know,
I really don't.
Okay.
I've kind of just started being
that's fine. Cell phone.
Seriously, guys, are you gonna be like digging into me now that I refuse?
No,
or that, now that I'm not
no,
doing
not
this?
at all.
Like, I mean, like
Yeah.
I'm okay with it, but like, please don't just focus on me.
You know, like Tom said, you're not the first person we spoke with. and you acknowledge that you knew that, you're not. I mean, in an investigation, you have to be methodical in a way.
Mm-hmm.
I can't just jump around and do things, we have to concentrate on one thing, complete it, move on to the next thing, complete it. And that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's like, what's taking so long? Well, it does take a long time.
Right.
So, this has been 2 years. Maybe Fairfield has been looking at a homicide, but they were working on a missing person, and they did a lot of stuff. So now here we come in totally new, and it's like, okay, what do we have? So, a lot of the information that if it was, if Caitlin was from Indiana, we would have had the information over there already.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's over here. So it's just a different, there's, not a whole lot of new stuff coming in, like, hey, if it happened yesterday, somebody could say, hey, we seen this guy over there. We have no idea who it is. After 2 years, people, A, aren't going to remember, and B, they've already said something if they did to somebody else. So now here we are. It's like, what do we have? There's things we looked at.
I totally get it. You're pretty much at square one on this.
Right.
But I just, I've been cooperative for everything I've taken.
Yeah.
Well, no, and I'm not talking about strictly with you. I'm talking about with Fairfield and everything.
That too. I mean, that helps a lot.
And I feel kind of creeped out because I'm refusing. I'm not wanting to do this right now.
Sure.
And I don't want you guys to think like, oh, well, now that he's, refusing.
No. Don't think that. I am okay. I understand where you're coming from. I do. You said you took this before and you were interrogated. You don't want to go through that stuff. You don't want to talk about these things with you and Caitlin. I understand that, and I appreciate that you say, hey, I would consider it, but I'm just not in the mind right now to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And, like I said, we've been doing this for 50 years. He has 26, I got 24 years of doing this stuff. And it's like high school, hey, I'm going to give you a test right now. What's going to happen? You're going to start sweating. Your heart rate's going to get elevated. You're worried, even though you probably know what in the world is on this test. Same thing with that. Do we expect you to be a little apprehensive? And, yes, sure. But at least you're given that option, hey, I would consider it. I know exactly where you're coming from. So don't worry. I mean, it's not like you're going to walk out now and I'm going to go, that's something that needs to be shot. No, we want to find who did this too. Believe me, we do, and we want this person to come to justice. But like I said, in the investigation, we got to be methodical, and it'd be nice, just to say, hey, forget about him, move on down next, and that's what we're doing. We don't want to waste your time. We don't want to waste our time. And that's all it is,
and again, the biggest frustration is I was already told that I was done. I mean, like,
I understand.
And I'm here because I know what you guys need, and I know that you guys need to
go
know
through
me.
it myself. I wouldn't want to, but then you got to understand on our side, it's like, hey, we just like to eliminate, and if it's later on, it's not going to matter.
Okay.
So, you've had 2 years to sit and think about all this stuff. Point us in a direction where you think we should go. I mean, you try to separate yourself and put yourself in our position now. What would you do?
I mean, first of all, that's a tall order.
Yeah, it is.
It's separate myself from this.
Right.
That's big.
But you said you're
look into the festival. Look into the people that worked at that festival and try and talk to the people and see if there was anything suspicious going on during that festival. Because to me, the fact that it was so coincidental that this festival was going on during this time, and because of the fact that there's all these people walking around doing something, it just to me seems very suspicious.
Have you ever thought of her, you know, which I never would want you to think, but did you ever think, hey, maybe she's messing around on me? Did you ever get that feeling?
No, we had a very strict agreement that if she were to ever do anything, and if I were to ever do anything, that we would say beforehand. And even if she did, that's the end of it. I've been cheated on before.
Mm-hmm.
I know what it's like.
Did you ever, are you a jealous person at all?
I do. I kind of, yeah.
Like that Friday night walking around, I mean, was there anybody that, did you get mad at her about, you know, what's he looking at her? Nothing out of the ordinary.
No. Okay, I will say this. There was a few days before, I remember smoking a cigarette in front of my house, and I caught this weird vibe from a guy who was walking down the street smoking a cigarette. That was weird. That doesn't matter.
Just a vibe. You didn't know who he was. I mean,
yeah, it was just some guy. It was totally dark, and he's got a cigarette, and it's like you can see the cherry brighten up and everything. But that's not the part that I found weird. Caitlin's sister stayed the night before.
Mm-hmm. And that's Allie.
Allie, yeah. She stayed the night before, and I was over there. I guess I don't really remember what I was doing. But there was a car there, and when I pulled out, this car pulled out as well. And I didn't see anybody leave a house, get out of the car. None of that. It was like a green car, and I told them about this.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a green car, and it felt like, in hindsight, like this person was casing the situation.
Was that Friday night or Saturday night when you left?
This would be probably Thursday or Friday night. I'm pretty sure actually this was Thursday. No, because the festival. This was probably Friday night. And when I left, Allie was there. And I guess I just dropped Caitlin. I really, like I said, I don't really remember.
Okay, that's fine. But it was a green car.
It was a green car, and they were sitting there, and then they pulled out. Like it could have been, but I never recognized that car.
You say they, was there more than one person?
No.
Or you say
I
they
just
as for the car,
yeah.
Describe the car. I mean,
It looked like a
big little.
It was a little car. I think it was like a 2-door with like a sunroof. But I couldn't really see the sunroof.
But it was dark, right?
But yeah, it was dark, and that's all I can remember. And again, this is 2 years ago. If you had asked me sooner, I could have told you more. But
about other witnesses, people are going to forget things.
But look into the record from them. Look into what they found from them, because I remember telling them about this. I'm not 100% on what I told them, but I do remember telling them.
This festival, I've never been up to this festival. I mean, is there rides?
Yeah, there are rides and games and all kinds of things. But this is the neighborhood. This is the city of Fairfield, and that is all there's all kinds of neighborhoods. People walk from all over the place to go there. There's people on the streets for the whole time. It's huge. It's a big festival. And that's where my suspicions lie. It's something having to do with this festival.
Okay. Anything else?
They've looked into a lot of the other ones I've had.
They have.
Brian was a creep, and a lot of people I talked to that knew him.
We're reading something. That was like, what school with her or something?
Yeah, he went to school. He was in her class, and he was just a creepy guy. really creepy guy. And it was like, it wasn't just her, like it was a lot of different girls.
Right. Didn't like.
I had a suspicion on one of my friends, to be honest, which was a friend of mine named John. Lately, he's been hanging out with me a lot more, but at that time, I just met him. Like, I met him maybe 2-3 months prior. Like, that he was the most recent friend I had. And it just seemed strange to me because he was coming around now.
What's Caitlin's mother's name?
Sherry.
Sherry. Sherry has a.
My mom has suspicions for her, to be completely honest with you.
What about Caitlin's? Would it be her uncle?
I've had suspicions about him. I've heard that he actually broke into my house.
To your house?
Yeah. This is a
To your
rumor.
mom's house?
Yeah, my mom's house. This is obviously rumor and hearsay, but regardless, we were at one of the vigils, and according to Facebook, he went into our house and searched for things and stuff.
How? What's his name? Is it Steve?
It's like he doesn't have one name as far as I've noticed, because they call him something different on there. I've met
know.
him.
That's
met him a handful of times.
Did he ever hang around you and Caitlin?
No, not like hang around. No, we hung out with I'm pretty sure it's his son, Jude.
Jude.
Yeah, and he was a baby at the time. I mean, he was a small little baby. But we hung out with him while we were at her family events.
Okay.
Or we'd hang out with her cousin Lindsay, or her other cousins. He usually was out in the horse stables doing something. So, because her family, her mom's side, her mom has a stable, and I guess he helps with the stables and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I mean, I've talked to him a handful of times, but not
really.
got to know him. I've heard rumors about him. I've heard stories from Caitlin about him.
Oh,
one day he walked into Caitlin's house when she was living in the township. He just like came in.
Now, would that be Dave's brother, or is that?
This is Sherry's something or other relative.
Okay, so it's on Sherry's side.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay. So you heard Caitlin told you that he walked in
into the
her
house, not on her, just like into the house. Like he just came into the house.
Okay.
And then I've heard stories about him doing all kinds of serious drugs, things like that.
And I asked you this before, and I understand, your answer, but your theory. I mean, do you think would you get that gut feeling it's somebody from the festival, or do you think it's a family member?
I really
don't know.
I have no idea. Like I couldn't tell you that. Like I can't
I mean,
glean anything
no one ever creeped you out enough to go, that's I don't trust him one bit.
No.
Okay.
I mean, apart from maybe her uncle, but when I knew him, when I talked to him, I never felt that way.
Okay.
I never felt like he'd be capable of
If
that.
it
But
came
who
up-
do you expect to be capable of something like that?
Well, unfortunately for us, I mean, we see that stuff all the time. We know it's, when I was a little bit younger than you, I'd say the same thing. No one would do stuff like that. But now you see it regularly. But what'd she think of her dad?
She loved her dad. She wanted to get to know her dad more. She wanted to be around him more.
Did he treat her decent?
He treated her good. I mean, he never I never really saw him yell at her. He never was physical with her or anything like that. I've never seen that. And she was more of the parent figure in that house. I had to go through some of the stuff because she was moving. She took some of her stuff to my mom's house.
Okay.
And we have some of her drawings. She's got stacks of sketchbooks and things like that. And I had to go through those because Sherry doesn't have anything. She doesn't have anything of Caitlin's. So I was going through that, and I came across this list. Well, my mom actually came across this list, and it said, clean up behind yourself, do the dishes, do this. Like, she made a list for Allie and her dad so that they would take care of the house. Like, she was the one who was... her responsibility knew no bounds. I mean, she was going to school. She had her job at Art Beyond Boundaries. She worked at David's Bridal all at the same time.
She had her crap together.
She had her shit together.
What have you done with her? You still have her stuff that she brought over to the house?
I have some of it, and my mom's going to meet up with Sherry and give her other stuff. I prefer Sherry not to know that I have other stuff because...
Sure.
Can I please tell you something without filing a report or anything? Like, I'm going to be upfront with you on this, but I'm not trying to get Sherry in trouble at all, and I don't want you to confront her about it if you don't have to. Dave apparently won't talk to Sherry, or I don't know what's going on between them. But Sherry came to our house without calling. She doesn't have my mom's number. She doesn't have my number. We haven't talked to her since all this has happened. Like, it's not that it's my decision. I just don't know, A, how to get hold of her, and B, what's going through her head. Like, I don't want to put anything in front of her.
Sure.
She came to the house the other day. She called my mom, or she wound up, saying, hey, we're here. And, I wasn't there, obviously, and my mom wasn't there. She just started her new job. And my stepdad let her in.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, man, I would really like to have some stuff with Caitlin's. She has paintings and stuff. So my stepdad, he's not responsible for Caitlin's stuff. He can't just give her stuff. But he's like, I'll show you some of the stuff. He walks her through to the guest room. The guest room has these paintings of hers all over the walls. That was going to be her bedroom.
Okay.
So her paintings are all over it. And one of mine are. I made Caitlin a painting of, I did all the colorful stuff that she loves. Like, I know that she was very colorful. So I put this huge colorful background, and then I put my face in, like, I put a white glob there and put my face into it and put my hand on it like I was sleeping next to her. Like, I wanted her to have something because, I wasn't there. But her mom came in, and Steve turns around to go show her other things. And as he turns around to go to another room, she takes all the paintings off the wall.
All of them?
Leaves. Yeah.
Did he not realize that she was
He didn't realize she was doing that, and she walked right behind his back and walked out the door.
How does it make you feel?
Very upset. But my mom was like, because she wasn't responding after a while. And my mom was very upset because a lot of those were gifts to my mom. Caitlin loved my mom.
Yeah, it sounded like she was more of a mother figure than anybody else.
I'm not gonna speculate that, but Sherry wouldn't call or wouldn't respond and wouldn't talk to my mom for a while, and she's like, I'm gonna call the cops if she doesn't talk to me. And if I do, she's not getting anything. And I said, whoa, Mom, you have to understand, like, her daughter died. Her daughter is gone. There's no reason you can't still give her stuff. I understand that you want that stuff back, but we have all this stuff, and these are just material.
So was this
things.
pretty recent?
Yeah, this was about 2 weeks ago, maybe a little longer.
Okay.
I don't understand why she would do that, and I don't know.
No, it's hard to understand unless we were in her shoes.
Right.
Tom, is there anything else more for him? I mean, right now, you got any questions for him? Or
I don't think so.
we got your number. It's not going to be like I'm going to call you tomorrow or anything. It might be a
Like
while.
I said,
We'll continue on.
keep digging, find him, find her, find whoever, whatever, find it out.
I don't have a card with me. Let me give you my information. Okay.
If you guys want to go through anything, if you need anything else, I'm sorry for bringing it up again, but anything else other than this polygraph thing, I'll give you whatever you need. And like I said, keep digging, and maybe when I'm in my job and I don't have to be so nervous about that on top of this, on top of that, on top of this, maybe I'll feel more comfortable coming in and doing a polygraph. But like I said, at this particular moment, I'm just not comfortable with it.
Unfortunately, John's interrogations in 2015 and 2016 didn't bring up any new information or changes in his story. However, law enforcement was not giving up.
So bear with me because I'm kind of new, so I may ask some questions that you're kind of like, what's up with the new person? So, but
He is really new.
just bear with me. Yeah,
Been there about a month now, 2 months.
a couple of months. Yeah. I'll go ahead and do just like a little intro here, Paul.
Yep.
So that the date today is February 15th, 2023, approximately 1:26 p.m. in the afternoon. Investigator Paul Newton and Investigator Mike Regal. We are sitting here with John Carter. John voluntarily came in this afternoon to speak with us.
Again, John, how you been doing? All right. Yeah. See you after the Pumpkin Fest. I was telling you, see you down there demonstrating how to blow glass.
Yeah. I
Is that-
teach it. I was just at work.
Was you?
Yeah.
So what you do full time now?
Yeah.
Sounds like fun. Well, I think I've seen one of your other videos. That was one of your passions. You wanted to start doing something more creative, and there was something that kind of led you was the glass blowing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Like I told you over the phone, there's just a few things we want to go with you with. Like I said, this investigation is coming to a close on the prosecutor side of it. I know that Fairfield PD was investigating it. The sheriff's office investigated it. I think maybe you have talked once before. And there's just a few things that I still want to get your thoughts and your feelings on a few things. I know we're kind of texting your memory. It's going to be almost 12 years here shortly. But there again, we're not trying to drudge up any bad times.
And that's really all this is to me. Like, and I'm not saying that it's all that what you're doing is to me. It's just that that's kind of my tension right now. It's just like coming back to this again. Yeah.
Right. But there's times where I think I have a better handle now on that I talk to some people who were in your your core group of people, and they told me some. I asked each person to give me a story about Caitlin, and each one had a different story. It was something that was how she touched their lives, which was really kind of cool because each person told me something that no one else knew,
Right.
which was kind of cool.
Yeah.
It really was, and I have a better perspective of how she was as a person. Okay, that being said, let's go back just briefly to when you're at the festival that night. You and Caitlin on that Friday night. Okay, you guys go to the festival. Your thoughts on you and prior. I'm going to go back and forth when it comes to some of the statements you've given in the past. You still feel, and your thoughts and your feelings deep down, you still feel that person who had done this was an unknown person. Maybe that was kind of like you said, stalking, or I think your words were suspicious person that may have back in the day.
I mean, honestly, because I can't wrap my head around it being something like that.
Really?
That's really what it comes.
Okay. So that being said,
That's really all that I mean, and to tell you the truth, that's the only reason I'm giving that answer, because I can't think of somebody that I feel strongly would have done something like that.
Right. So that night, you still feel that someone followed you to her condo or her townhouse. I believe that night, correct me if I'm wrong, I guess Allie was there, her sister was there?
That particular night.
Was Allie there with some friends? Was it just, or was it just?
I didn't go inside.
So you stayed outside.
Yeah.
Was it one of those deals where you guys go to her townhouse and Allie's there and you guys like, well, this is not cool because, you know, Allie was there. She was had some of her friends, and I know she was much younger than you
Yeah.
guys.
Yeah.
So you guys decided to go to your house.
Exactly. I don't remember exactly after, to be honest with you.
Okay.
That's totally.
Well, if you don't
Especially
mind.
that day before I go.
Yeah, and what I'm going to do, if you don't mind, I'm going to kind of tell you the facts of what you said in the past, and some other people have said.
Got
I think after you guys left her townhouse, you guys went to your house.
Okay.
And you guys had, I guess you had like a little gathering of your friends. And I think you had like a little bonfire that night.
Probably.
And I think you were burning some of your documents. I think it's what someone
No,
said.
that was that night. That was the night after.
That Saturday night, you burned her documents.
Yes, because she had bank statements and records of those type,
Okay.
in an Abercrombie and Fitch bag. And then I went over to Ray Street where Travis and Carrie lived, and that's where I burned those.
Okay. So you didn't burn any of your documents on that Friday night? So you guys just had a little fire?
Yeah.
Okay. And I think that night,
I don't think I have anything because I always do.
so your mom, I think you said that your mom's kind of the guru when it comes to.
And she was the one who told Caitlin that she needed to burn her
That's a smart thing. You got to shred them, you got to burn them, you got to do something. I burned mine.
She was like, well, none of us have shredders.
And I think in the prior statement, you stated that I think she had to work the next day, which was going to be Saturday, the 13th. And I think you took her home, back to her townhouse.
Yeah, I probably dropped her off.
Okay. And then you went back to your house in West Iota.
Mhm.
And you, at that point in time, I guess some of your friends were still there. I think it was a couple people that were still there.
Maybe.
I think John, one of them. There was another guy there, and I can't think of his name.
Yeah.
Maybe
Nothing matters.
right. Maybe some other friends were there, and you guys. What time did you have a rough idea? What time you guys broke that party up? Okay.
Yeah.
So going in Saturday. Back up 1 second. I'm at your core group of people.
Mhm.
Who would you call your core group of guys or people? Not so much guys, but your core
I
group
mean, I
of
don't
people.
really
Well, back then, everything we refer to,
John, Jeff Rutledge.
everybody when I refer to your core group, it's going to be past tense because I know,
Of course.
I mean, it's 12 years ago and you guys are all married and got kids and
Yeah, and life is different.
life has changed.
Mhm.
So who you said that was John was one of your guys and
Yeah.
Jeff,
Jeff Rutledge.
who else?
And, Tommy, Jake Presley. Those were just guys. And
Yeah.
got everyone.
Just guys.
That's pretty much what I can think of off my head right now.
Okay. So that's Saturday. Like I said, you go you go to work that day, right? I think you worked that day. And on that Saturday, you went to deliver pizzas and you got off early because I guess the business was running slow that day.
No, I was worried about.
No, Saturday.
Oh, probably.
Yeah, I think Saturday was, you went to work
Yeah.
and she went to work because I think that's why you took her home early because she had to go to work the next day. She was working at David's Bridal.
Mhm. And
And you guys took her home. You guys went to work, your prospective places of employment. You were working at Papa John's at the time, right?
Mhm.
Okay. I think in your statement you said that you got up early that night because business was running slow.
possibly.
Yeah. Then I think you made some phone calls reference to your trailer hitch. So you guys were heading to
To Colorado.
yes. Okay. And that was an idea that was brought up by
We wanted to get a U-Haul to have hitch on the regular sedan, so we're trying to see if we could even have that.
okay.
Yeah.
And you was driving the Ford Focus at the time, right?
Yeah.
Man, that's gutsy. Trailer hitch on the Ford Focus.
Any way to get where we're going, man. I just wanted to, and also then they came down to, Caitlin really wanted it, and I just wanted to be for her.
Experiencing a different part of life.
Yeah, I mean, on top of it, like I was at the time, I was a college dropout. I wasn't planning on being a glass blower. I literally had nothing. So at that point, like as far as nothing to stay here for,
Right.
as long as Caitlin was with me, it didn't matter where we
Life was good, right?
and Caitlin was just graduating. So, moving somewhere else and establishing a life, it was the best opportunity to do that.
What's some of your friends?
Oh, yeah, of
I mean, 'cause
course.
you-
I mean, it'd be
you-
nice to have
yeah.
people that you know.
You don't want to go someplace where you don't know anybody. Okay. So I think at night you got off work, you went to Caitlin's. When she got off work, like you met her at the house according to your statement,
Mhm.
and you made some phone calls and you called your cousin, rest of the trailer.
Mhm.
I think you called Brad. And I think Brad called you first.
Mhm.
Or got you. I think he got hold of you first.
Mhm.
And he decided to come over. And he comes over. You guys hang out. She's on the computer the whole time. She's working on her
Mhm.
final
project
for the
something.
school.
Yeah,
Because she's graduating, what, a couple weeks?
that's September.
Oh, shit. She was that close.
Mhm.
Okay. And you and Brad are kind of hanging out talking about the car in the trailer hitch.
A little bit. Yeah, I mean, I remember we were watching and stuff, so it was kind of in and out.
Right. And I think in Brad's statement, he's talked about Caitlin was kind of quiet that night for whatever reason.
Mhm.
Get it?
She was just working.
Yeah, she's busy, right? She's
Yeah.
got shit going on. She got that last project got to get done, graduation coming up. And I think Brad, Liz, I think you guys get done, hanging out. You go, she goes, and you guys get done, and Brad leaves around 10:30 and quarter 11.
Mhm.
You hang out there for a little while longer with Caitlin.
Mhm.
Okay, and you decided you're going to hang out with some of your other friends over on Ray Street,
Mhm.
correct?
Mhm.
Okay, so you leave Caitlin, and she gives you the bag of documents,
Yeah,
right? I think there was
thanks.
there was a lot more bank statements besides that one little bag, wasn't there? Wasn't there a whole lot more stuff?
There might have been, but I mean,
You just got a bag. You just got a
she
bag,
just said, I need to get rid of these. It's time to learn them and get ready.
right?
For moving, really, that's why she wanted to do it. That's why my mom suggested it. We were moving and you don't want to transfer over all of those bank statements and everything with you. And she wasn't going to leave everything in her house.
You don't want to put in the trash.
Right.
Okay.
This is back when everything.
Pretty paper. You were sent paper every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yes. That's
And you go to leave, and you guys are cool that night, right? There's no problem between you guys.
No, not really. I mean, there was like a little bit of a tension because of just, she was tense from her final project and everything going on, plus ready to leave and,
She got a lot of stuff going on. She's moving out.
Yeah, but we
She's
were
actually moving out.
ultimately happy,
She's also been moving out of her townhouse too, correct?
Mhm.
So there's a little bit of tension on that between you two. You leave. I think your statements between like 11. Well, you get different statements because you tell dispatch it's like midnight. So let's say between 11 and midnight, you go to the Ray Street address. You're there. You leave between I think it's just it was after probably 1:30ish. You went home.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Okay.
remember the times.
I know there was some questions or not where you sent the good morning text. Okay, no big deal. And next morning you get up. What time did you get up that next day? Do you recall roughly? Was it one of those deals?
It was late.
It was
It was
like,
pretty late because I slept in a lot back then. I mean, I didn't work till later in the evening, so I pretty much.
well, you were working
slept
second
till-
shift or late night.
So basically slept till I had to work.
Okay, so you take and well, I think and even in your statement you said you sent that text out, and I know your computer says you were on the computer at 4 in the morning.
I
I think 4 in the morning.
I think maybe I typed something, but it didn't push the send button or something. I
Okay.
think that's ultimately what it came down to.
Well, I mean, I've done that myself. Someone sent me a text message. I've typed it out and thought I sent it,
Uh-huh.
and
Think you push that
you
little
think
blue
it
button.
pushed, and then I get distracted, which is easy to do. I'm that way. And then next thing you know,
It's still in there.
it's still there. I'm like, well, hell, I didn't send that. I didn't send that text message.
Yeah.
And you didn't notice that at all in your messages.
Well, and the craziness of everything, I didn't notice whether or not I had actually sent it, but that was also because it wasn't like what I was prioritizing at the time. I was kind of terrified and worried and not really looking through my phone as far as like, I went to send her messages, but I mean, like, I don't remember. Maybe I even woke up the next day and saw it and was like, oh, maybe I didn't send it, and then just didn't send it because it's already well past the morning and she's not awaking right now. So why send her a good morning text at 12, at 3 in the afternoon or something like that? So that really, I mean, that's probably, and I probably just simply forgot that I had saw it deleted.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. That being said, you think you got later that day, you go to work. I think in my statement you said that you got up around 4:30 that day.
That's probably right.
And
I told you.
I think you didn't even take a shower. Then you went to straight to work.
Straight to work.
And you were on the ball for the rest of the week. I think for the next hour and a half, from between 5 and like 6:30, you were in and out doing your deliveries.
Mm-hmm.
If you, like I said, if I miss anything, or I'm not getting say something like, please stop.
I haven't noticed.
Okay, so that's pretty much, well, I think I'm taking lots from your statements back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I think your last delivery that day was at 6:23. You come back to the Papa John's, and I think at 6 p.m. or 6:30 p.m. you had mentioned to was it Amanda?
Mm-hmm.
Was your manager back then? Amanda Sluss? Okay. That you had concerns that you were trying to get a hold of Caitlin and she had not responded.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I think at that point in time, 6:30, you leave and you go check on Caitlin at her times.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's roughly about 6:30. I think it's what Ms. Sluss said.
Mm-hmm.
So you go to the townhouse.
Mm-hmm.
I think on the way to the townhouse, you made you got a phone call.
I got a call from Matt,
Yeah.
and I also made the 911 call on the way.
Was it when you did the 911 call before you checked on Caitlin?
No, after I checked on.
Because you had to bring your money.
Back to the store.
Because you had to bring your money back. Because you made your deliveries.
And I had to bring the money back.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay.
and on my way back, because I was freaked out about the fact that car was there and she wasn't. That's what made me think that something was very wrong.
Yeah. Now, going on, you're on the way to Caitlin's house. You get a phone call from Matt.
Mm-hmm.
I think in his statement his written statement, he wrote out that you guys talked and you made your concerns about you haven't heard from Caitlin yet that day. And you go and you pull up. You're going you see between the buildings as you're coming to Dorshire, and you see her car.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're really concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you go to that parking lot. You pull in.
Concerned because she should be at work at that time.
What time did she work that day? You remember?
I don't.
I mean, because it's
I think she got off at 7.
Okay.
But that's part of why I was so concerned, because maybe she wouldn't text me throughout her work day,
Right.
but at a certain point she would like go to the bathroom and just send me I'm okay.
But she's got a minute.
Yeah, if she has a minute, she'll send me something. And I just hadn't gotten anything. And I had been sending her messages throughout the day.
Okay.
And I wasn't getting anything from her.
And was that abnormal not to get something back?
Right. That was part of the biggest thing, was like, honestly, we spent every day together. Like, there was very rarely we weren't together.
Mm-hmm.
And when it became that, it was like, oh, the normal things that we normally do aren't happening now. And that's very suspicious.
Because when you said you guys are very,
I got to be honest with you, my relationships seem to be that way. Sarah and I, we spend all of our time together. And I mean,
but you guys have a set way of doing things. I mean, like
we had a schedule.
That's what I meant to say.
In a way, yeah. Because
everybody's got a schedule. Everybody's got their thing that they do.
Well, and we have to make sure that we can see each other. We want to see each other. So, we have to plan out like there, and I'll talk to you then. I'll see you then. I'll do this or that kind of thing. So lived our lives together. We lived.
You guys are really intertwined.
Yeah.
Now, you pull in the back parking lot. You're concerned now because her car is there, and she should be either at work or coming home from work. So, okay. You put the key in the door, let them go in, and you go straight to her room, correct? Okay.
Of course, I look around, I call out.
Right. So you call out her name. You're not hearing anything. You go straight to her bedroom. Okay. You open her door, see Murphy in there in the bedroom. He's made some messes. Her purse, I think in one of your statements, it was like underneath a chair. Maybe. Okay. Don't worry. No. We're not here to.
Yeah, I know, and you got to understand. Like,
That's why
this is
that's
all
okay.
like this is all just like reminding me.
Right.
And it's a lot. It's
It
just
is,
a lot.
it is.
Sorry.
Dude, don't you need to apologize. It really isn't.
It's a traumatic experience.
Yeah, I mean, you've been through a lot. You and your whole family has. And her, and don't get me wrong, her family.
She has.
You know, your whole.
It was her that died.
Yeah.
It was her.
Yeah.
It wasn't me. And I feel guilty. Like she died. She doesn't get to live her life anymore. It's not fair.
No, it's not.
It's not.
You know, that's one thing I've got from everybody who I've talked to, and like I said, I have a better understanding of Caitlin was she lit up everybody's life for the positive. And she is no longer here to do that anymore. Like I said, like I told you over the phone, it would be different if she'd had a car accident. You can kind of move on because it was an accident. This here was, this was purposeful.
But I mean, on top of all of it, it just ropes me in. I am the statistic.
Yeah.
Everyone looks at me and I am the statistic. So I can't do anything about it. Everyone's already accusing me before I even look at it.
Yeah.
Before they've even met me or know me, before they even have heard the truth or what the truth actually is. But I'd love that peace of mind. I'd love to know the truth. I'd love to find out what happened.
There's something that you have to have in your own mind, though, is that being said, people want to have their thoughts, but you know, you're not being charged anywhere. All that we're doing is asking questions. At any point in time, you get walk out that door, and we're glad. I know that you're going
There's
through.
a moment. There's a moment when all of that happened. And I realized that I was not getting.
Tell a raptor you found that she's missing.
And there was a moment where I felt I couldn't hold myself up anymore because it was loss.
Overwhelming.
Tremendously so. And to a point where it was so tremendously overwhelming that it was unforgettable. And whenever I have this, whenever we do this, it brings that moment in. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter what you do. It brings me to this moment where I am in front of her house, not knowing where she is, or what I can do to help her, or keep her here, or figure out where to go to find her and bring her home. And it was, I had nowhere else to go, no one else to call. No other thoughts, no other opinions. No one else was guiding me. No one was telling me what to do. And even now, I have no one to tell me what to do or what to say.
There's no book. There's no script for this, brother. There isn't. There's no script where you just say, John, this is what you're supposed to do. This is how you're supposed to feel. This is
And
what
I'm
you're supposed to move on.
currently being told by my wife that I should bring a lawyer to these things, that I should do those things. I'm not doing that because I don't think, first of all, I feel like I've already, if it came down to me needing a lawyer, I've already been here enough without one, that it really doesn't matter what I say. I also know for a fact that I don't have anything that I can say that's going to make it seem like I did something, except for obviously the polygraph situation, which I don't fully understand. And I don't, I don't get why that happened or why it's like that.
Mhm.
But beyond that, like, I don't have anything I can say. I don't have anything I can do or make you think that I did something because there is nothing there. There's nothing. And I just,
Let me ask you a question. That being said, do you feel, and I think I know the answer to this, do you want me to keep looking? I told you.
Yes.
That next question, I told you this 2 years ago. It's been 2 years since me and you talked about this. I told you I was going to keep looking at that.
yes,
And where we at?
still looking.
Yes.
Keep going.
Yes.
Don't stop.
I'm not.
And I'm looking you in the eyes just like I did last time.
Yes,
Do it.
I am. That's what I'm here for. I told you I would never stop. That's one thing about me. I can't. I'm too stupid to stop.
And get the right person.
That's why I'm asking you guys. I'm asking you to ask questions about, because there's some things only you know.
Okay.
So let me go back. Okay, you grab a purse. You notice the cell phone's not there.
Mhm.
Okay, you go through the purse. Pocketbook's there. Okay, Murphy's still in the room, and I'm painting this picture for you. And you see her charger's still charged up. No phone. You're getting angst, and you go to her purse and you grab her keys.
Mhm.
You go. I think you said in one of your statements you took keys downstairs.
Mhm.
I think in another statement you gave, you also alluded to that you had checked her car, her
I
phone.
may, if it was an earlier statement, I may have.
I think you went. I think that was the reason why you grabbed her keys.
To check for her phone. If
Yes.
that makes sense. That makes sense
Yes,
that I would do that.
absolutely. And I would think that.
Yeah.
And that's one of the questions we have. Okay.
That would make sense that I went to look for her phone.
Okay. If you can, remember and in detail as possible, describe to me when you get to her car, you put the key and you unlock her car, or if it's a key fob, you unlock her car. What did you do? Look, just looking for her phone. Just looking
I
for
mean,
her
I
phone.
probably opened her driver's side door and looked at the center console.
Okay. Did you go to the back of the car, Annie? I mean, I know you're probably,
No, I really don't think so, but I may have like opened it and looked, or maybe I did. I don't remember.
okay.
I really don't remember.
Okay.
I'm sorry, man.
No,
I really don't.
there's no for you to apologize. We're
I
here,
know,
we're here for the truth.
but I want to get it. I want to give you the truth. I want to give you what I remember.
No, I want you to, I'm going to show you a photo
Yeah.
of her car.
Yes.
Okay. Now I want you to tell me, these would be pictures of her car from the inside. Okay. Now, these are photographs of the inside of her car, okay? Now, tell me if that looks like her car to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dirtier than.
Well, you know, you guys are young, and
Yeah.
she's going to school, working 2 jobs, and, you know, let me move it wide. Okay. That's the couple shots of the outside of the car. Okay. Now, here's my question to you. Caitlin was about, what, 5'3",
Mhm.
about 130 pounds, maybe?
Mhm.
Okay. What do you notice about this photograph?
That is far back.
Yeah.
Maybe I moved him when I was looking for the phone to look under the seat, but I don't know. I really don't.
Okay. Well, look at both seats. This is the passenger side.
They're both back. So maybe probably like if I move this one, then move that one, and then move them both back to look around. It's very possible.
Well,
but
my
again,
question is, would you have moved those seats? Because I talked to the investigator, who took these photographs, and we actually talked to the tow truck driver. He said, we all think the tow truck driver said, he goes, we pulled up on the back, we backed it up, we drug it up on the skid or the back, to the roll back, and we stuck it in the garage, and that was that. He goes,
Mhm.
So my question is this, both those seats been moved back like that. Is that alarming to you?
That is, yeah, that's weird. That's very weird.
And this is the back seat, what I'm showing you here.
Right, which
And
is.
she can't reach those pedals from there.
No, probably not. I would say no.
I mean, that's a big question. That's like, who in the hell's
That
in
is
that car
very
besides,
strange.
who in the hell's in that car besides her? Because she ain't driving in the back seat.
Well, like I said, I mean, maybe I looked at the car, but I hadn't driven. car recently.
And you really don't remember if you, I mean, you said you got
I don't remember.
the console, but
Yeah, I mean, I don't
the
remember.
console you're for sure about, right?
Yeah, and likely I probably would have moved the seats up and back to check underneath or between the seat, or, you know, to see if I could shake the phone loose from between the seat there. I mean, like that, it's something I have done with my own car. I've done
Right,
it,
and we all have.
you know, so yeah, maybe I did pull them back. It's a high probability, you know, but I definitely did not move or drive the car.
And now you see why we wanted to come in. I mean, this is troubling.
That's strange.
It is very strange.
But like I said, I didn't move or drive the car at all.
I was going to ask, you mentioned earlier about, and I'm sorry again, I not worked on this case like Paul, so I don't know. You mentioned that you and Caitlin, if there was some tension or something that
It wasn't like a fight, not at all. What it really came down to was Caitlin was a little bit frustrated that I wanted to keep my night going
Okay,
while she just went to bed.
okay,
But I basically kind of treated it like she'll get it,
okay.
you know, and that was the tension. Realistically, it was just that. I was just like, actually,
So it wasn't like an argument.
I don't know. No, like I said, she was just disappointed that she had to be doing school
Okay.
stuff, and here I go hanging out with friends. And
Then how did the documents thing, how did that,
I basically just got there and was like, this is all Caitlin's stuff. And, you know, and they had a fire pit in the back, but it was like slightly raining, but I was just like, I'm burning it. I just burned it. I mean, that's really what it came down to.
I see, she gave those to you before you left.
Again, the tension was there, but she's handing me this stuff. We're still going to Colorado. There is no change there.
Okay,
You know, like everything is still exactly as it
everything going as planned.
pretty much, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. And so then you went to this party, right, where you burned the documents.
Yeah, I mean, I only was out there because, like I said, it was kind of sprinkling, so I was only out there long enough to watch it burn a little bit, and I went
Okay.
inside.
Okay. All right. You remember anything else about the party?
Not specifically, no.
Okay.
Describe to me, I'm stupid with this thing, that's to TV shows. Describe to me what White Collar
I was obsessed.
was. Was it? Tell me about it. Give us not what White Collar.
White Collar it's this currently, he's a now really big actor. Before, that was like his first role, but the main character, I can't remember his name. But it's basically about a guy who was a fraud agent who he wasn't a fraud agent, he was a frauder. He was committing fraud and making fake paintings and fake checks and fake all this stuff. And then he gets caught. And then in getting caught, he winds up working for the FBI, like Frank Abagnale. And each episode is about how they uncover a new case. And basically it's like a rat for this over and over again type thing.
Right.
And I mean, that's pretty much the whole synopsis right there. It's like
How many seasons? I mean, was it how many seasons did they have?
6 or 7.
6 seasons.
I mean, I didn't, honestly, I got to a point where I stopped watching it because after all that happened, it was like, what's the point of watching anything? You know, and then after a while I started watching more shows, but I just moved on. I didn't keep really watching.
How did you, I mean, was it something you could, did you download?
I stole it. Streaming.
Borrow
So that explain to me how, listen, I know today we're in the world of Netflix and Hulu and all this kind of stuff.
This was a free site.
How did this work back?
You would basically download what's called a torrent, which is essentially something where you can download those movies and stuff. Actually, no, I think I took that directly from the streaming site. And it was just one of these like behind the things, like I asked a friend who told me that This is a site you can go to get free movies, free shows and stuff.
Is it kind of like Napster back in the day?
Pretty much, but for videos.
But for videos, okay.
Yeah.
What was the site?
I can't not remember. I only used it, like they only are up for a little bit and then you use another. Because they get shut down because it's an illegal site downloading shit. So next, find the next one and just asked a friend again, you know, that kind of
Was it Mega Upload? Because the feds shut that down.
thing. Yeah, but they shut down a lot.
Yeah, sure.
Shut down. So I don't know for sure.
So explain to me how, as an old person, explain to me how this actually worked back then. How would you get onto the computer and what would you do?
Just go to the website. I think you use something. I mean, I know at one point I used something called Pirate Bay, but I think the site, you could literally just click the episode and like it would have like a whole bunch of the same episode and some of them would work and some of them have been shut down.
Mm-hmm.
So they just keep loading it in
Okay.
and then you just click the top one and watch it and
Okay.
let it play through and then move on to the next one. Sometimes it can glitch out, sometimes it can like shit, get a different one or something like that.
So some of the pirated videos were better quality than some of the other pirated.
Yeah.
So you could select.
Yeah.
Okay.
At the time that Caitlin would have been killed, John claims that he was watching 3 episodes of White Collar. But when detectives looked at his computer history, they found something strange.
And then I will point out that Fairfield Detective Agency had pointed out that I had also watched. I watched. I did normal stuff, not like poopy or.
Let me explain something to you. I'm trying to explain about the long term. It's a multi-billion-dollar industry. Nobody watches it.
Right.
So it's the same thing as nobody watches it.
Well, but that was the thing was they brought it up. They were like, "Well, here's the thing, you didn't tell us. Watch." And I was like, "Why would I tell you that I watch porn?" I mean, ultimately, you have my computer. You can see that I watch it. But for me to just go, "Oh yeah, I watch my TV shows and Google porn," like I just didn't think to tell you that because
Embarrassing.
I would.
Now, John, could you, and I'm thinking about Netflix and all the current stuff. Like nowadays, people like binge watch, stream, and all that.
That's what I was basically doing for the majority of it. Just watching like,
Okay, so does it, when you binge watched it, when you go into one of these pirated things, like maybe the uploads or something, can you get like multiple ones at once or how?
now you have to click each one.
Okay,
Yeah. With that, it's like literally you click on the episode, it pulls up all of the available episodes, you click it and you watch it.
okay,
When that episode is over, it ends and you have to go back to the screen that shows all of the episodes, click the next one, and that lists all the ones available, and then you click that one.
okay.
That's how they all work.
So there's no binging, like binging.
You
is
couldn't
where-
just repeat it. You couldn't just let it play.
Okay.
No.
Okay. All right. So White Collar is one of the things you watched and you've been asked about that before.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right. Wanted to ask you, so can I ask about you had mentioned your computer. And like, I think early on in the investigation, did they look at your computer or?
They did.
Okay, so they asked you about the stuff like
That's
that?
why they asked, because they looked into my computer and all the stuff
Okay.
on it, especially from that day. I mean, they talked to me about what they found. Stuff a little bit.
Okay, what did they ask you about what they found?
They asked me about what I was watching. They said that they had seen that I had watched stuff on there, and they had said that they had asked me about. Like I'm also 20-something-year-old dude, but
Yeah.
you watch a lot. Caitlin never cared. In fact, Sarah, my wife right now, and her both were sitting on my laptop at the time, looking at it and downloaded because they thought it was funny. Then when I got home, they were just laughing about it. Like, this is silly. This is ridiculous. And I was like, yeah. And Caitlin didn't care. Caitlin, and you can even ask Sarah, Caitlin didn't care. Sarah cares.
Yeah.
Sarah cares.
Yeah.
Caitlin didn't care.
She didn't care. What? Not at all.
Not really. Not that I would. Just didn't bother.
Okay. Let me ask you, so white collar, it looks like, because I again, I don't know this case as well as Paul, so I did kind of look. It looks like based on some of the stuff that they brought from your computer many years ago, you watched some white collar. Okay, so you remember that, like coming home, and this is after the bonfire, is that right? Okay. So you came back from the bonfire and you watched white collar.
Or I watched it.
Okay.
And then watched white collar.
Okay. All right. So based on what I see, it looks like there was 3 episodes of white collar.
Sounds about right. They're about 45 minutes long.
Okay.
And then I think sometimes there are ads and some longer.
Oh, so they had the commercials and stuff.
Sometimes they don't. I didn't care.
Because it was free.
I see. So it was okay. So I'm thinking that this was a TV show, right?
Correct. On USA.
Yes. Okay. So it might have ads from, depending on the version or whatever that you got. Okay. So they could be differing links. Depends on the ads and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So later in the day, so you're telling Paul, like, what, you got up late the next day?
Because I stayed up late watching white collar. I didn't care. It always pissed Caitlin off how late I slept. But like you were saying, like it is, I mean, I didn't work till late. Didn't need to get up for anything. Caitlin would get up early to go to Dave's bridal or school or whatever. So it wasn't like she needed me or anything.
Okay.
So I just took advantage of it. I'd stay up late, sleep late. I did that way.
Okay. All right. So I did find something interesting. So there's 3 episodes of White Collar. Season 2, episode 12, episode 13, episode 14. You said they're about 45 minutes apiece?
Something like that.
Okay. Then later in the day, I guess after you've gotten up, you look at the plot summaries for the same. It's on your computer.
I mean, I don't know why. I didn't look up any plot summaries.
Yeah, I mean, so later in the day, so I'm converting this from the military time, but about 3:17, you look at the plot summary for episode 13, which is the one that you watched the night before, which just like maybe just,
I don't remember doing that. Did I look it up on IMDb? Like I don't normally do that, so I don't know why.
Yeah, there is a synopsis, basic plot summary for episode 13.
Okay.
And then plot summary for episode 14. And that bothered me. I'll be honest, that kind of bothered me a little bit because in some of your viewing, it kind of made sense because like maybe you're about to watch episode 10. I'm talking about like before, like a few days before. Mm-hmm. So you looked at a plot summary for episode 9. And that kind of makes sense. We understand that. Mm-hmm. Like, what happened? But it was weird to me that you would look at like a synopsis for something you just watched a few hours ago.
Yeah, I don't remember doing that. I didn't do that. I slept. I mean, it corroboratingly slept. You can ask my mom. I was asleep.
Well, I can tell you this. Part of your phone records. You made a phone call at, I believe it was 2:24 that day. Papa John's. I don't want to call Papa John's because you remember the whole thing.
Okay.
But there again, you call Papa John's. You also text message Nate Hyden. See when you back then?
Yeah.
And I think you also text Katie Harris.
Okay.
And it was all prior to 4:30.
Right, and this would have been at about 3:30 or 3:20, somewhere around there. And I'll be honest, John, it was odd to me because I don't normally would look at summary for something that I just watched a few hours before.
Yeah, I again don't know why it pulled up a plot summary, but it could be from me just like clicking back, like exiting out of things, going back or something like that. I mean, that could have easily been why. But I don't generally look at plot summaries even days later. I just watch the previously on thing, which those have. So all of those episodes have previously on White Collar. So I don't look up plot summaries. I don't know why that was on there. But maybe, again, it's because I had clicked back on it. Maybe there is a missing point where I did like look at my computer, talk to people. I really don't know. And I'm honestly, at a certain point, I just don't have an answer for it.
Yeah, like, so for instance, this is like at 3:17 that day, your computer basically has this IMD website, which is, and I just plug this in and it takes you right here. And this is the episode 13. This is the plot for episode 13, which is what, according to what you told Paul and what the computer says, was what happened just a few hours before. So when I see like synopsis, I'm like, oh, well, synopsis of what? I'm like, well, I thought John just watched that just a little while earlier. So,
well, and there's also a likely situation. So wait, are these all in chronological order here?
Yeah. So I'll show you. I don't mind showing. Yeah, I don't mind showing you this. I mean,
we're not hiding anything here.
Yeah. So this is obviously there was. You're exactly right. There was a lot of there's tons of. There's tons. I haven't put any.
No, that's good.
This is the White Collar episodes that we were talking about. So and
this is at 3 a.m. or p.m.
No, this is this is in the morning. So this would be about the computer shows activity at about 1:39, 1:40, and then you watch some episodes of White Collar. Okay. And you told me they're about 45 minutes a piece. Okay, so you can see there's like time gaps, and then there's like break-in activity, and then again, yes, like you said, there's whenever you got up,
probably looked at porn or whatever.
There's porn, and then sprinkled in there are like these plot summaries.
Okay, so if I was waking up, I probably looked at those. Were probably part of the, like, either I was clicking out of something or I was like going through stuff. I mean, it could have just simply have been an accidental click. It could have been anything, but I wasn't reading plot summaries.
Okay.
They were just either I was obviously watching it the night before, I got on it the next day, and these things were probably either still up on my computer and I moved around things to get to what I was doing there, or what. I don't know, but I didn't look at it.
Okay. But you remember watching it?
I remember watching those the night before, yeah.
Okay.
All three of them? All three?
I don't know specifically how many I watched.
I think it was like 12, 13, and 14.
Okay.
That's what the computer says.
Was this normal to go home and watch? Like, you kind of stayed like a night out.
Yeah, I stayed up late a lot.
So you have to, okay. Go ahead, Paul. Thanks for.
It's okay.
And I wanted to try to figure that out. That still kind of is weird to me, but.
I don't have an answer for you though.
Okay.
I don't know computers that well either.
Okay. Well, yeah, actually, we had talked about this earlier, and it is Mega Upload.
Okay.
So Mega Upload was the site that you use.
Yeah, but I mean, a lot of times, especially with like synopsis and stuff, they are like linked to each other, and like if you click on the one thing, then it might open up both of them. But I maybe was clicking out of something and it opened that up. Sometimes when you have the videos themselves up still like as a background thing, when the thing is over, it'll automatically open. So maybe when I woke up the next day, it just finished the episodes and it opened it. I don't know.
Okay.
But I can't explain computers to you. I have no idea.
Okay. All right. All right.
I can tell you what I know, and I know that I didn't look up those plots. I don't remember doing that.
Okay.
But that's what I do know.
Okay. All right. And did you go to bed after watching this? You don't. Okay. All right. And you had to click on one at a time. Is that what you told me?
Mhm.
How long would it take you down and something like that?
Wow.
So,
No, take that back. Once you start, like sometimes the videos are choppy. And if you like sit there and let it load because it's streaming,
Right.
you just let it load a little bit, it'll start working. So sometimes I would do that, just kind of wait it out. But sometimes, sometimes they just work.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, I've never heard of that.
It's a really good show.
I'd heard of it, but it's been a long time. It was on USA a few years ago. Okay.
You need a coffee break.
No, just ready. I mean, I do eventually got to go back to work. So.
Okay. We'll try to hurry this up. Go back to your guys' cell phones, just briefly. Her phone goes dark at 12:06. Never comes back on.
Mhm.
Your cell phone doesn't go dark, what we call dark. We call it goes in activity at 12:04, and there's no activity for the next 14 to 15 hours. Is that unusual for you to?
No, I don't. Like sometimes, especially at that hour, there's no one texting.
Okay.
There's no one, and I don't look at my phone, especially at that time. I don't even know if I had a Facebook yet. Like I didn't really look at my phone that often unless I got a text or I got something.
Because we had someone look at the phone numbers back in the past and said that was unusual for you to be receiving a text. Well, I mean, there again, even you at your own mission center, you thought you sent Caitlin a text at 4 in the morning. So good morning.
Mm-hmm.
So it was not unusual. It was unusual for you to be that many hours without any messages or phone calls or.
I mean, I was already at the friend's house that I planned on being at, and Caitlin was in bed, as far as I knew.
Have you talked to any of your buddies about what we talked to them about? What we talked to them about? Maybe like Matt,
And I talked to Matt a little bit, but
John, talked to him any? Mike? Let me throw this at you, okay? Saturday night, August 13th. Okay. You go to your party to the registry, burn the documents, remember long and they point them, and you come back to the house. Okay. We have information that this is from two different people. That I'll tell you the story. Two people are walking down the street, and at approximately between what they say is 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning, they see or they hear two cars coming. And they are juveniles at the time. And they're scared to death because they are juveniles. And you know how Fairfield PD is with juveniles at that time. It's late night, and they see two cars pull up. And they hide behind a tree. Some evergreens that were in there. they see two cars pull up. And the two cars, lights are blacked out.
Mhm.
And they see a red Ford Focus pull into the driveway at your residence. At the time, right?
Mhm.
And that was your address at the time, right? It was on mom. And they see a darker blue four-door sedan right behind the Ford Focus.
Mhm.
The red Ford Focus pulls into the driveway. Garage door opens up. They see the car pull into the garage. Garage door shuts. The blue car stays out on the street.
Okay, no, there's a problem.
Okay.
I didn't.
Okay. Let me finish the story then.
Okay.
Blue car stays out on the street. Between 5 and 15 minutes later, garage door pulls back open. Car pulls back out. Both cars are still blacked out, and they go back the same way they coming down West Scioto towards like how, the west side that comes down towards your house.
Mhm.
And they see the two cars.
Mhm.
Red car pulls out, the car turns around, and they go the same way they come back out. Heading back towards West Scioto,
Mhm.
heading towards OD River Road.
Mhm.
Okay. Same story they told. They told they were heading, they were going to a party that night. They were going to a party to meet some girls. And they said they are positive what they seen that night.
Mhm.
Now
I can't.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I told you the gist of the story.
Yeah, yeah. I have my story. That's what happened.
Right.
I did. I don't park in my garage. I parked in the driveway every night.
Mhm.
And I'll say beyond, didn't have anything to do with that.
It's important to mention here that the kids who reported this actually reported it in 2013, soon after Caitlin's body was discovered. The realization that they may be the keys to solving an actual homicide, and the fact that their parents might get to know that they had been sneaking out of the house the night of the murder, was the only thing that made them come clean to the police.
I don't know what story that is. Was that, you said Saturday night?
Saturday night to Sunday morning.
I don't know.
And so technically it would have been, this 1:30 in the morning, 1:32, we're talking about early the 14th.
Uh-huh.
And they got a third person backing them up that he took them to the party and picked them up in close proximity to your house. The third person. They were like, oh shit, that was weird, because they thought they were going to get busted by a Fairfield Police Department. When in doubt, it was a red Ford Focus and a blue four-door sedan.
Have anything for you? Those people, I don't know.
Right.
That's not, I told you I did. And where I was at home.
They were pretty certain about that.
That's what,
The time does match up with you. I mean, it's like you said, that time when I was showing you the time that these people say that you arrived is consistent.
I didn't go anywhere.
So
I
you got
stayed at home.
home.
I got home and I stayed home. And in fact, my stepdad would wake up ridiculously early to do work. And he got up pretty early that morning to do work. And my car was there in the driveway. Steve and my mom both parked in the garage.
Okay.
And they were both of their cars were in there. I never parked in my garage. So that story is already flawed. On top of the fact that none of that happened. None of it. I
Okay.
went home. I got inside. I watched my shows. I laid down. I went to bed. I mean, that is pretty much what happened as far as I can remember it at this point in this whole situation.
Mhm.
And I don't have, you feel free to bring the witnesses in. I don't know what to tell you. There's no more I can prove to you
They gave statements. They gave statements back. This is not something new.
Okay.
It really isn't. This is something they did their statements back in the day. Shortly after Hickman's body was found, because they didn't put two together until like they got shit. That's what we seen that night.
Okay, but I don't know what they saw or who. I can't tell you. There was a blue stand, and blue stand that could be. I don't
One of your friends was driving.
As far as I know, though, it was Jeff who drove a blue Ford Focus, but yeah.
Nobody else?
No. And I didn't leave after I went home.
You were home that whole time in the morning.
After the party, I'm
After
pretty
the
sure.
party.
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
You're pretty sure?
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, obviously it's been years down the
I
line.
understand that,
But
you-
I didn't leave. I didn't like go drive my car somewhere. No.
Speaking of Mr. I went and talked to him, and he gave us a brief statement. You know, Jeff's kind of elusive at best.
Mhm.
And Jeff's talked. He's seen you guys at night at the festival. That was Friday night, and Jeff said he was seeing you guys at the festival. I guess he showed up after work.
Mhm.
Yeah, I guess you were there for the big drawing at night.
I wanted to try it.
And this is Jeff talking. Yeah, he said hi to you. He said he seemed kind of out of sorts. And he said, I guess he said hi to you, and you say hi back, which is unusual. Jeff said, you guys are, I think you said he met a core group of guys.
Okay.
And that you didn't say hi to him. He goes, you can tell there was something wrong between you and Caitlin that night. He said, and
She was frustrated that I
to the point, dude. She says to the point. He says to the point, dude, that it looked like everyone breaking up. And I was like, damn, that's pretty. I mean, I know some of the people are upset that there was tension that night, but to the point of you guys breaking up.
No.
So Caitlin wasn't having any second thoughts about moving to
Not that I'm
Colorado.
aware of. No, not that she had made me aware of. Okay, so as far as like anything like that, if she felt that way or if it seemed that way to him, that's all fine. But I was.
This is
not
his
aware of
observation.
that. Yeah, I was not aware of that kind of tension. Caitlin, I remember, was like already just kind of tense and frustrated, but all of that, again, a lot to do with her getting ready for school to be over, for us getting ready to move. And there was just a lot of like things building up around that. And just, but the plan was still the same as far as I knew. Everything was exactly the way it was supposed to be going at that particular time.
Right.
So.
Did Caitlin get frustrated with, I mean, you're now like, you know, the glass blower and, you know, seem to found your way and life and stuff. But at the time, I think you were kind of bouncing around and working as, and she seemed to be, I mean, just my limited experience, she seemed to be really motivated. Very artistic, very driven, working.
Yeah, I think
Was
she
there-
was probably worried that I wasn't going anywhere or doing anything. But at the same time, like I still had drive.
Mhm.
Still had an ability to get things done. And for the most part, while she was in college, I was helping her through a lot of that stuff. Like, yeah, her dad paid for a lot of her groceries and stuff, but like I was a part of her life. I helped her through college. It wasn't just like I worked my off and I kept working.
Mhm.
And it wasn't just the money for me, that was for us. And she knew that.
So, but there was there tension sometimes over maybe having a little different.
No, we didn't necessarily like, I helped her, but we didn't depend on each other for money. It wasn't like, you know, I was constantly completely flat broke. But I mean, no, it wasn't like we were fighting over that.
Mhm.
over money. That really wasn't ever a big deal.
No, I didn't. I wasn't thinking money. I was thinking more, sometimes one person has, they want to get something out of life that's different than the person they're partnered up
No,
with.
I wanted to do art as well. I wanted to be a part of that idea too, but no, it wasn't.
Okay.
Was you ever, speaking of art, I thought someone told me that you would write poetry every now and then. And a couple of people said you were writing a book. Are you
I wanted to, and no, not really. I mean, I like to write sometimes. It's like a hobby, and sometimes I write poetry for
Right.
Caitlin, or if I was really hard up and bad, I could use poetry to help me escape. And occasionally, write stuff.
So you ever talk about writing a book?
Yeah, I had an idea for a book where a guy would, and that honestly happened. The idea for the book happened after Caitlin passed away. Because the idea behind the book was that a person would lose somebody very close to them, just like I did, because I write my experiences. I can't write something I don't know. And then discover that in their dreams, they're able to control the way that the future goes by going back into their dream and trying to fix things. There was a point when I was debating whether or not I wanted him to be able to go back and save the person he had lost, or if that he had to accept the facts. And I just had thoughts. It wasn't ever written down as far as I know.
Kind of like science fiction, almost. Something
Yeah,
like
I like sci-fi.
it sounds like. So what was the premise of the book? And you said this happened after Kate.
Mhm.
Okay, so you came up with the idea.
Mhm.
Okay. And
The
the idea is you go in and try to
dream-
fix.
the dream portion of the idea happened before Caitlin. Because I actually had a dream where this whole Matt comes into the room of my apartment at the time, Matt, and he's like, check it out. There's this ripping space, and I go into it, and there's this woman, and she goes, I'm going to tell you how to travel through time. She grabs me and pulls me through the water and throws me forward, and I land in my preschool, like looking at myself, and I'm like, what? I start talking to myself, saying, this is going to happen to you, this is going to happen to you, and I wake up. And it was just such an impactful dream that it made me want to write something that had to do with that. The idea behind not a time machine, but the fact that you can go into your own consciousness and affect your dream, which your dreams affect your day, right? If you have a scary dream, you
Sure.
start off scared.
Yeah.
So you change time by going through your own consciousness. That was the whole idea. And then the loss idea came after Caitlin, because I was trying to use that particular type of writing for that reason.
And to kind of work through what had happened.
Yeah, and I maybe have written like a couple of starters, but nothing that actually unfolded into anything real.
Because I got to bring this up to, I got to bring it up because I heard that you were writing a book about people mysteriously disappearing.
Oh, okay. So then the book continues.
Okay.
Because he's been affecting everything in everyone's in his own brain,
Right.
and that affects reality. This causes you to jump through, and please bear with me.
Oh yeah.
I'm following so far.
Yeah.
So far.
So the idea is that universes are created every decision we make.
Mhm.
Each person creates the universe that goes along with their choices. Animals,
Right or
everything.
left.
Exactly. So in that, because you're doing these dream things, literally you're going back in time to the dream of that consciousness and affecting everything from following times after that dream. So the current era person goes back to a before time, affects a dream that then affects the trajectory of the future, which is the alternate universe, the alternate choice. And this person goes back into his own head over and over and over to a point where he starts bringing himself out of the realm of the decision making. You know, we started adding decision after decision, which leads down to this path where the earth, everything around it, wants to correct itself. In order for it to correct itself, it has to evaporate. And so what happens is that all these people start losing their minds because they're on the fringe part of reality, the fringe dimension, where it's almost gone. There's almost nothing left. And so they start to lose their minds. They force people to leave them alone and back away. Again, this is part of a catharsis for me. Like when you're in trauma, it's what you want. You don't want to be around people. You don't want these people to talk to you, ask you questions, all of that stuff. So it's just kind of like a cathartic kind of, the earth is trying to correct itself, make things better, or at the very least to transfer these people to a safer place. But it seems so violent now. And I'm also very into the idea of an inconceptual reality where we don't fully understand or grasp everything around us. However, with this, I'm trying to create this kind of conceptual idea that there's an edge. There's a point where you can't really change time. You can't change so many things before it starts trying to fix itself. Because reality is fixed. You know, reality happens and that is it. Shouldn't be able to change it. And that was why I wanted to come up with a retaliation for going over this theoretical border. You know, if we figured this out, if we figured out time travel really, then, you know, there's got to be something that goes, this isn't right, this isn't how the world works. So that's what I was kind of going with.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, people would like lose their minds, leave me alone, and then they'd run into a room and they'd either burst into flames and their clothes would be on fire, or they'd just simply disappear. Clothes would be just sitting on.
The end game. Like in Avengers.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a snap, but it's really random. You know, like it's not supposed to be understood. That was part of it. Was that you weren't supposed to understand why. You weren't supposed to be at the end of this movie and go, that all makes sense. You're supposed to be at the end of this book, this movie. I call it a movie because that's how I see it in my head. You're supposed to approach the end of this thing and go, that I don't understand that, and that's okay. That was the whole
you'd be
idea.
okay without the understanding.
Yeah. So that was the whole point of those stories. That idea.
Do you think this was your way with dealing, or some of this thought process was how you dealt with Caitlin's, you know?
A lot of the thinking was, yeah. Sometimes I would even write poetry, and it would be just about the loss and how she's just suddenly gone. And I don't know how to handle it. You know.
When you go back though, are you thinking that you need to change things that you wish you had done differently, or?
No, and like I said, when I wrote that idea and that book behind it, was like, do I let him save her and they move forward through the story, or do I let him move on? And that's why I never really wrote it, because I didn't know what to do. Like I wrote the first few parts, but.
So you think in the book you could go back to save her? Is that kind of what you're?
No, not necessarily. I think that in the book it was going to be an attempt to go back and save her, but ultimately I don't think I would have wanted it to. I want to be as close to myself as possible. So I mean, I can't believe that I could.
Let me. I know we had talked about this earlier, but the car that Paul talked to you about. The statement that these people had made. No, not that. Your red Ford Focus. Anybody else borrow your car back then? Anybody else drive a red Ford Focus? That was in your friend group?
Yeah, there was one person, but I don't remember his name, and he wasn't around very much.
And blue sedan, the only one that you can think of is Jeff
It's
Rutledge?
Jeff's, yeah.
Okay, not any of the other guys, Mike, John, and any of the other guys? Okay.
I just remember that Jeff had a blue Ford Focus because I have a red.
So that makes you remember.
That just helped me.
We're focused.
Okay, so the best of your recollection, you went home that night and watched White Collar episodes.
Mhm.
So the statements about the red, the car returning and leaving.
Yeah, I watched White Collar. I went to bed. All the stuff I had said before. I did not leave. Cannot leave.
Yeah, forgive me. I know I'm going over things I know you've probably gone over, but your phone also was something that I know was examined back then. You deleted text messages between you and Caleb. What was that?
That was an utter and complete horrific accident. The idea was, again, not great with computers. Not at all. And what I had done, the way that the phone worked, I went to just delete a few messages because it said it was going to start deleting all of my messages if I didn't delete some so that I could receive messages. I've been receiving massive amounts of messages about Caitlin, about everything.
Mhm.
So as those started coming in, I started worrying that Caitlin's messages would start to get deleted. So I went through and carefully tried to select each one. And then when I pushed the delete button, it deleted all of them, except for ones that seemed to be like pocket saved or something. I had like a handful of ones left behind, but it almost deleted every other one. And I don't know why. But I had given the phone. They had all of the information. I had not deleted it before I gave it to them the first time. And I really didn't mean to do that. And I know what it looks like.
Yeah, it looks, I'll be honest, it looks
I'm
real
aware.
bad,
I'm
right?
aware of that. But there's nothing I can do
Sure.
about that. It was a complete and utter accident.
Right. Yeah, again, not knowing the case as well as Paul, that was one of the things that stuck out to me.
I
It's just,
understand that. But at the same time, like I said, they had the phone. There was nothing deleted when they originally had my phone the first time they took it. That was literally that day. They had my phone for hours and they didn't copy anything. I didn't make that mistake. I made the mistake of accidentally deleting it before they could make a decision to copy everything.
okay. And it was an accident that you deleted
Absolutely.
Caitlin's message.
Absolutely. Because I did want to go back and read them. I did want to see them. I had messages from her going way back.
So you accidentally deleted the whole?
Everything but the ones that Pocket Dialed saved.
Oh.
I'm telling you, every message was deleted. And then they wanted to come to me and say, well, why weren't these messages deleted? I can't explain why those got saved.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why. But almost every other message I had was gone. I had how it shows the whole screen of messages. I had this many messages at the top of my screen.
Right.
A lot of them got deleted. And I did not do that on purpose. I really just didn't want those messages to get deleted. And by the time it happened, it happened.
John tells the detectives that almost all the text between him and Caitlin were deleted. But that's not the truth. Police later found out that only the messages a few hours prior to Caitlin's death had been deleted.
Have you saved that phone?
No, maybe, but I don't know where. I really don't.
Do you think you still have it?
I have no idea.
If you did have it, would you have it at your apartment? Or do you have any
I have
idea?
a house. But
Yeah, I know.
It's a nice house.
It is a nice house. I like to do it.
I like the trim. I can get the trim too.
Yeah, Sarah does a lot of that.
That trim of the door wing on that, I really like that.
I did. With matter of fact, we drove down the street. I'm kind of and then clicked at it.
Mhm.
So very nice. Do you think you have it at your house now?
No,
No.
No, it would be possibly at my mom's house if I had it. But you have to understand, I've moved like 3 or 4 times.
Oh, I understand.
Okay.
And I
So it's like, I just like, there's a box full of old shit in it. Bye. Like, I have a family. I have a life. I have
I understand.
What's your little girl?
4.
4 years old.
Yeah.
And another one on the way. How long? They want me to ask you how far is she?
So it's like almost 8 weeks. It's really early.
I think, so your phone, deleting the messages was an accident. And then I think Paul talked to you already about kids.
Yeah.
And I mean, I haven't read everything in here. Was that phone ever found?
I don't remember. Was it?
I don't think so.
I have no idea what happened.
No.
Was she really good about keeping her phone? I mean, did she lose her phone very much?
No. I usually kept it with her.
All right.
Kind of like her lifeline. I mean, to you, I mean, it really was. I mean, it was like, it was your guys' lifeline together when you guys were apart.
Is there anything else?
Couple more things. When it comes to, I know about Carter Lane Farm. How many people have you taken out there and on that route to your dad's place? A handful of people.
Yeah, and like,
The core group of people.
yeah.
I mean, that was probably your special place. Is that a special place for you and your friends? I mean, well, I mean,
It
your
was
close friends.
fun to go out there, but that's because it was a lack of supervision. It's the only reason we went out there. Nobody was there to watch us smoke pot.
Who would you take out there?
I've taken a few people out there. Matt, Jeff, I mean, almost different times. But I mean, to tell you the truth, like I said, I pretty much always used the map. It's always confusing. It was always confusing to track through. Yeah. But I also would just use my dad's directions at the same time sometimes if I remembered it, because he would drive out there and then I'd be like, oh yeah, we're out there. But for the most part, yeah, didn't really go out there that often. Like, especially by myself. I didn't like going out there by myself because one time my battery died. Twice I've had a shotgun held to me by a neighbor who thought I was breaking into the property. It's not a big fan.
Your dad's property?
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah.
and they just didn't recognize you? Or?
Right. Because it's my dad's property and I also didn't spend a lot of time there. Not recognized.
Okay. You can understand why that, I mean, obviously you know where Caitlin's remains were found.
I'm aware of it.
And it's out there in Indiana. It also seems to me, again, Paul knows this case a lot better than me. I think the reason why he's asked you about this circle of friends is it doesn't seem that there would be a lot of possibilities of this type of crime, you know,
Outside of like immediate friends. It's like,
outside of a small group of people. And then the body is found in Indiana. That doesn't seem like that would be some random person.
I don't know.
I will tell you
that
this, John.
answer. It's not my job.
All your core group friends I've talked to, I mean, all of them, all said the same thing. Caitlin's not open that door just for anybody. So I mean, the whole adage of who then,
I don't know.
you know,
I don't know.
that's
And like I
that's
said,
what this is.
you asked me my speculation. I told you,
And that's what-
I don't know.
And that's what I mean. I always wanted to know how you felt, even to this day, because sometimes hindsight's 20/20. You know, it's been 12 years.
I just,
You still feel the same way?
but what you're asking me is not just, do I think that somebody I know killed her? You're asking me, do I think my friends killed her?
Yeah.
And how do I answer that?
Truthfully,
I mean, like,
I wanna know deep
but
down.
I don't know who.
deep down, I want to know what John.
Have you
Carter
looked into
thinks.
John, who recently killed himself? Because I've always wondered about him, and I don't feel like anybody's ever really done it. I don't understand why, and I don't understand a lot,
I understand.
but I don't know. And I don't know who to point a finger at. I've dug, trust me. But I mean, how do I get that answer? How do I come to that conclusion? Is it a feeling?
I'll take you beyond it. I'll take your feeling because you are the,
The only feeling I've had, I had a feeling about John for some reason. Don't know why. I've had a feeling about everyone at one point or another. Yeah.
understandable.
And the finger has been pointed to everyone.
Sometimes.
But that's the other thing.
Unfair.
But that's the other thing. I don't have an exact answer. You asked me what my thoughts are. I mean, that I don't know.
Thoughts and feelings. I mean, so I know.
I'm giving you everything I got.
Thoughts one thing, feelings another, something else sometimes.
Yeah.
Because it means
I've
like
given
us.
you everything.
It means like us to know what John Carter thinks and feels.
The reason John has a feeling about the person he's randomly named is because just prior to this interrogation, the innocent person had tragically passed away.
And I think that's probably why I know this has been a traumatic experience for you over the years, but you have to understand from the police perspective, whether it's the Fairfield Police Department or the Sheriff's Department, Caitlin wasn't, abducted off the street in front of David's bridal, okay, or by some random person. And she wasn't, right? So,
Right.
you
I
get
see what you're
concerned.
saying. I see
So,
what you're saying.
seems to me to be a
I've seen that
small
point.
group-
I've
small
had that
group of
same
people.
thought.
And she didn't
But who?
she didn't have what we would call, and he's seen this 902, we call a high risk lifestyle. Bar hopping. You guys didn't do that.
No.
You guys hung out together.
Yeah.
So I mean, there again, it keeps narrowing down. It's like, well, they're not living a high risk lifestyle. You keep narrowing it down. Okay, well, they smoke a little weed, but they didn't do anything else. I mean, you guys, she just didn't. You guys didn't either. You narrow it back down. Was okay. What drugs is not going to be part of it? Because that was your guys' gig.
So it's a small group. It's a small group of people that it's narrowed down to.
Mm-hmm.
You leave her. She's in her apartment.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. You go to a party, and then later in the day, you decide. Now, let me ask you this. This has also bothered me a little bit. Just again, why did you jump to like she's missing?
I didn't.
You didn't.
No,
Okay.
I texted her a few times. I had, again, like I had said earlier, we would communicate first thing. There would be at least something.
Okay.
I would have some sort of response. I didn't jump there. It had been an hour or so, still no response, and that was extremely unusual. It would be quite quick for a response usually. So I didn't jump there. It was already suspicious.
Well, see, I guess I've been married a long time. And Paul's been married a long time. I think if I didn't,
She didn't, you don't understand.
my wife would, I'd be like, when my wife is mad. My wife's pissed at me.
No.
I would not immediately jump to like, she's missing, right?
But you have to understand, she went through her entire work shift without even saying that she's mad at me.
And she would have. Is
Yeah.
that what you're saying?
Yes, we communicated. We talked to each other. She would say, I don't want to talk to you right now.
See, this is why the text messages bother me so much. But it's like, I understand what you're saying. Then you say it was an accidental thing, but
It bothers the shit out of me too.
Right.
Believe me, I know what I did.
yeah,
I do.
that would be something that would be
But I also know
really
that
helpful to me.
I
right?
also know that I know the truth about what I've done.
Okay.
So
All right.
this is where I am.
Okay.
And
All
I'm
right.
giving you everything I got.
I appreciate that.
I know. You came in here today, and listen, I know that I'm asking questions that you have probably answered a bunch of different times. But I'm trying to, it's 12 years, right? It's a 12-year period. So I'm trying to go over stuff that I know is not comfortable to go over, but that, to me, coming in to help Paul on this, like some of these things, John, bothered me. And because, and starting from the premise that there's only a small group of people that probably did this. Okay. Again, we would not be, you wouldn't be going through this. Some of your friends, this would not have been focused on you guys except for the way this crime happened. Okay. And then you have these things along the way that have obviously, it hasn't helped you. It hasn't helped you. And believe me, since I've tried to help Paul on this case, I mean, Paul's wanted to see, like, is there something here that I can absolutely rule out John Carter?
He's got fresh eyes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't have it. I'm trying
I
to.
want to rule me out so bad, but I
want to rule you out
literally
too, but
cannot.
it's hard for me to look at this stuff and kind of go, what, because it just, every time I've gone through these reports, it's like, well, let me see, let me look at these text messages. He deleted them. Why did he delete them? Why did he delete them?
I know.
We have this story about the cars. Like, is John being honest with me about,
I've not lied to you yet. I've not lied to any of these investigative agencies. I've not said anything out of turn.
okay.
I am not going back on anything I've said. Well, but I have stated in the beginning, there are parts that I'm a little blurry on, but none of it is, all of that is what had happened.
But you still remember the core, what happened.
I remember the things that shocked me.
Right.
I remember things that happened, and to an extent, but I don't remember specifics.
That's why at the beginning of this, you notice I kind of, and I told you at any point in time, because I wanted to give you some, refresh. That's why I told you at the beginning of this. I'm wrong at any point in time. Look, that's why it's kind of.
But I don't think I have anything.
Well, yeah. I see what you're saying.
I don't have anything to change around.
Those are some things, like I said, with the car seats and some of the computer with the messages, and you made phone calls and Sunday afternoon when you're supposed to be asleep and stuff like that. I mean those things that gives us more. Okay, what's going on? What I mean.
And maybe maybe I'm blurry on my morning before I left for work, but
because even some things.
But I didn't go anywhere. I didn't go do anything, and I had nothing to do with Caitlin going missing or not being. That's what I can tell.
Well, I mean, she did go missing, but then made found. So I mean, it's worse than just missing.
I had nothing to do with her. Do you need me to say that? Because I did not do anything to her to kill her.
I think that's the first time I ever heard you say that.
I did not kill her. I did not hurt her. I did not take her. I did not do anything to threaten her life. I did not have an accident. And to tell you the truth, if ever there were an accident, I would never be able to hold that in. I would not be able to look you in the eye right now. And I can tell you that 100%. I did not do anything to hurt that woman. I loved her and I had a life plan with her. And I was not about to lose that. And the fact that I even managed to get to this part of my life, what I can do now, is something I never thought I could do. I am sorry for the indiscrepancies and the things that you're seeing with my computer, with the phone, with the witnesses who apparently saw me leave a garage that I don't park in. But I can't give you any.
If you see why,
I can see why you're asking the
yes,
questions.
that's what you
I can see
understand.
why you're asking the questions, because you have to cover everything.
Yes.
But what I am telling you is what I know to be true.
Right.
100%.
Well, and I think we've talked about the stuff that I've looked at that I'm like, oh, that
Do you feel like I may have even helped in your understanding of it, or do you still feel totally
I
lost?
think, no, I don't think I'm totally lost. I think you've gone over and given me an explanation, your explanation. So, I mean, and you helped me understand what I'm seeing. I mean, the text messages still bother me, but you've given me an
It bothers the
answer.
shit out of me
Yeah,
too.
you've given me an answer to that. Okay, so I mean, unless you're not telling me everything, then the answer is what it is, right? What about, again, I think we're focused on a
My
small
wife
group
won't
of
leave me
people.
alone.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
You understand it, right?
Well, we talked about that before, right? See, my wife would just ignore it. She'd be like, why?
Oh, no.
What?
No, Sarah's pregnant. I am
Okay.
terrified. She
right.
is going to.
Hormonal, is she?
Yes.
What about other people? And I know you're hesitant to point to a friend, but John, I'm telling you, there's a small group of
I
people that could have
understand.
done that. And I'm sure you've
I
thought about
understand.
this. I'm sure you've thought about
And I thought Brad. Yeah. Of course, I thought Mike, which he wasn't a close friend, but
I told my
I
stuff.
know. I mean,
Because me and you talked, and I was like, and it was one of those things, when I told you, I meant that. It's like, okay, he's got to be rolled out. I got to talk to him at least. Because no one else I talked to him.
So I'm just going to throw some names out here. And again, I'm not biased towards any of these. So
Because he's going to talk about people, your
I know.
friends. You're going to talk about the woman you love.
okay, go.
Okay. So, and I'm talking,
You
And
know,
I've talked to-
honestly, and I'm going to tell you this right now. If you give me anything that makes me twinge suspicion, I am not above throwing someone under the bus for this reason.
okay. So,
I'm not.
Good.
so we talked about Jeff having a blue card. What about him?
Jeff has always been just quiet. He slept all the time. He would basically be passed out on the couch in the middle of the park. But he's never been angsty to me. He seemed like he could get flirtatious with Caitlin occasionally, but it never bothered me. It was never anything that made me feel like, what are you doing, dude? He was just nice to her.
Right.
He was nice to me. We were pretty good friends. We never really spent a lot of time at one time, but I did spend a lot of time with him when we'd go over to a friend's house or there, Sometimes I'd go over to his house to smoke or whatever, because we weren't tremendously close. So no, I don't really have a suspicion for him, because it doesn't,
Okay.
I wasn't that close.
What's that feeling? That's that feeling we're talking about.
Yeah. What about John?
That is strange, though. I mean, it's strange that I think about it now, and I'm like, I don't really know him as well as I maybe even thought I did. John,
He's just another one.
I have known since I was 7 years old. I got really upset with him because we lived together. That he made, and this was before Caitlin went missing. But he destroyed his room, and then left me with the apartment, no bills paid, even though I gave him the money to pay the bills. And he abandoned me on Halloween when we were supposed to move out that day. And I had to clean the entire apartment. I wanted to get a friend of mine to come in and help me. But we cleaned the whole thing and emptied the entire apartment out. And there was dried shit all over his floor.
Dried shit.
Because there was a dog.
Oh, okay.
There was,
it shouldn't.
white dried.
Okay, that's been there for a
In a
while.
while. There was broken up desk parts, broken up computer parts, everything was horrific. On top of that, the dog was basically a puppy. So she scratched a hole in the carpet and ripped it up. I mean, those.
That's what puppies do.
And then he left me with all of this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was pissed. I didn't want to talk to him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to have anything to do with him for a really long time. But ultimately, I've known him since I was 7. I don't think John would have done something. I just don't.
Well, Mike.
Mike, I really don't think so either. But Mike has also had his problems with drugs, and I've actually watched Mike lose his temporary insanity style. I've watched Mike claim that there was a balance of good and evil, and that he represented the devil and John represented God. Just said all kinds of random shit. And this was while I was in New York. He had like lost it, and he went over to Caitlin's to while I was in New York, while he was losing his shit. And when I got home, he was at Caitlin's, and he was still spouting out all this crazy stuff about the balance of the world. And then, like almost 6 months later, same thing happened to my friend Chas. And he wound up coming over to Caitlin's and sitting in the back of the house. And like the friends, it was my friend Nina and Chaz, and they came to my house because they didn't know who else to talk to. And Chaz was talking about turning himself into the police because he had taken mushrooms and had done for the past like 3 or 4 days. So I was like talking him down from a ledge, like, don't report yourself to the police. And the only reason he was there was because Nina thought that I would be the only one to talk him down. And so I've seen it before, you know, with my chats, where they just seem to just not be here. And then like a week or so later, they're back to who they were. And nothing changed. And it only happened once for Mike. It only happened once for Chaz. Never saw it again. Never saw anyone do that again. But they were gone. They were not. Chaz was totally gone. Mike, totally gone. Not the same person. And it was almost as though it was like a lack of sleep and an abundance of drugs. And it was this temporary insanity thing. It wouldn't go to sleep. It would not sleep.
Your relationship with John seemed to have gotten better after. I mean, didn't he help with what?
I just stopped talking to him as much.
Yeah.
I got my life, like shortly after all of that, it was time for me to determine where my life was going. We weren't living together anymore. I was going back to my mom's, you know.
Because it was at your house, right? Well,
Mm-hmm.
And didn't he help try to look for Caitlin after she was missing? Or
Yeah, I think so.
what man?
Again, Matt's another long-term friend, but my suspicions aren't gone there anymore. Look, if we're looking at who do I suspect, like I told you earlier, suspect everyone. And yeah, I have things that are like, you know, that's strange, that's not strange, but ultimately, like with Matt and with John, I've just known that for so long. And I think what I am is more afraid of being so disappointed and so betrayed.
Sound like I'm the same way you are. I suspect everything. Have to. I'm just being 100% with you.
Yeah.
I have to.
I have no delusion that you don't have suspicions towards me, regardless of how truthful I am.
I think I have a suspicion of that whole group.
Yeah.
Not just you, dude.
I know, but I'm aware that I'm still there.
Well, so are they.
I don't know.
You're in the group, and like we talked about, the crime
Has to be from
the facts
somebody
of the
that they
crime,
know.
and it's not just
And you guys
that-
also have more investigative experience. I don't know this. I didn't know that. I didn't know that this crime just basically indicates that it has to be somebody she knew. Like that never really.
Well, I wouldn't say it has to be, but it's a small
It's an
door.
indication.
And
She was really outside.
we have talked.
She opened over this thing.
Paul has talked to people
No,
that have said,
no,
you know, that
but-
girl wouldn't open that door for
But-
just anybody.
But also that is to assume that that girl opened the door for someone, because she also needed to let Murphy out. And maybe Murphy was locked up in the room. And I do understand that. But who's to say that somebody wasn't out there waiting? And to throw, I mean, like there's just,
I got you.
I
do
get
you
it,
get
but
what I'm saying? Like there's so many circumstances.
Then we got the route, though.
Huh?
Then we have the route.
there's no forced entry. There's a route out to Indiana. There's I mean, you can understand why this core group is a group that we've concentrated on.
Well, and I
And
gotta
you're not
say,
the only person that doesn't want to point a finger at their friends, but I think everybody,
nobody's above suspicion.
everybody
Right.
in that group
Nobody's above suspicion.
is suspected.
Yeah.
So,
Please, you go on, search them up, catch them. But to tell you the truth, like even the route situation is still, there are other circumstances.
sure.
That's a rural area, as far as I understand.
John, there's
If you're
circumstances.
gonna go somewhere, you're gonna head towards Indiana.
Right.
You know, it's right across the border, you know, like,
There's circumstances with all of these things. So that's the thing. So what we look at is, you know, any one of these small things wouldn't necessarily point the finger at you or one of your friends. But then when you get this piece, and then you get
no,
this
I'm
piece,
aware. And
and
I
then you
see
get this
the
piece.
pieces you have that pointed me, to discuss that.
Sure.
But I am not aware of the other pieces. On top of that, like all of this is traumatic for me. So I'm not going around going, hey man, did you kill her? I'm not going to try to.
That's the reason I was asking about
That's
this
what
here,
you're supposed to do.
about the car seats, because she's 5'3".
Right. No, and I get that.
That's what I'm asking. I mean,
That's
that's like, okay, that's, you know,
weird.
and her keys are in her pocketbook, her purse.
Yeah.
There's-
Yeah. I mean, like you said, though, I did grab her keys. I probably did look through her car. And likely scenarios are that I can't find this phone. Now I'm going to look harder.
Yeah.
That's what I got for you. I mean, and that is a likely scenario.
Right.
I mean, to me, even.
I mean, we went, like I said, we went as far as ask the detectives to get photographs, tow truck driver, like, okay, this is that guy.
Well, they're both slip back.
Yes, which means
They're both slip back.
two large people.
Right.
Two people who are going to be over. We just say, well, I mean, you said that part before. I mean, when she would drive, is that where you have it? When you were sitting in the passenger seat, where did your driver phone?
I was sitting in her car, but I didn't.
Maybe
I didn't
you always in the passenger
usually,
seat?
yeah, usually
She drove?
her car. I drive.
Right. And so when you sat there in the back, in the passenger seat, you're in the back. You're sitting towards the back of the, you know, you're moving the seat back to where,
I don't always slide it on the back,
because you're a big guy.
Yeah.
You
but
what,
I do slide back.
you what, 6'2"? 6'2"?
No, not even 6.
Yeah, you're 6 foot. Okay.
You're taller.
Just look
than me.
bigger.
Well, it's because he's so big. That's the thing, is if you're shorter like us, then everybody loves, you know, when you're as big as him. That's the problem. Well, you can understand, we appreciate you coming in, but you can understand why we're so focused on certain
Our
things.
core group.
Because, and
And what you're saying, I
you've
mean,
been
I'm sure-
cooperative and you've talked to us and you've talked to multiple investigators over the years. So I appreciate that. But you can see why there continues to be things that are problems that you've given me an explanation for, but as an investigator, I still look at it and go, I don't,
know about that.
and I can't rule John out. I can't,
What can I say though?
I mean, if you're telling me the truth, I mean, are you not telling me the
I'm
truth?
100% telling you the truth.
And I can't ask you to do anything else than just, that's what I want, is the truth.
And that's what I'm giving. I have nothing more. I really don't. Do you have any other questions?
He was sitting there thinking. I mean, I hate bothering you, and you don't know how much I hate bothering you. I hate calling your mom, because your mom, I called your mom the other night. She starts getting emotional, and I was like, shit, I hate calling Josh's mom. I didn't even number. She's supposed to text me your number, and she forgot. So I was like,
honestly,
shit.
I told her, and please don't take this personally.
No.
I told her, I don't want to do this to you guys. I
But, you know,
don't.
I
let
would
me-
tell you
let me
this.
say-
I'm glad you are.
I can do
I've seen some of your other videos and you interviewing, and this is going much better when it comes to us talking back and forth. You know, we're engaging in a conversation of what the hell happened. You know what I mean?
Well, and I think I've been honest with you about, like, look, I mean, I think you know some of this stuff doesn't look good either. I mean, the text
I'm aware of the
message,
text message thing.
I mean, that looks
The
really bad.
proximity thing, I think you guys are really like you're talking about like where she was found, but like,
Here's the thing, let me tell you this, okay? This has been my feeling day one, truly does. Where she was at was a location to where someone cared. A little bit, and I'll tell you what. Given Joseph Bregman, somebody who is a suspicious person that you think, what are they going to do with her? Forgive me. They're going to have to murder her.
I thought that's where she was dumped.
You know,
I thought she was dumped in the water.
I'm thinking, you know, that'd be, that's the easiest way. I mean, you live by
Is
it.
that right? Am I wrong? Where was she
I'm
found?
talking about the Grapevine River,
Specific-
not a creek bed.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about, I mean, you live next to one of the largest bodies of water in the whole Great area,
Yeah.
the Grapevine River.
Yeah.
I mean, someone who didn't give a shit about her, they're just going to dump her. I mean, you know, or a pond somewhere, they're going to throw her in the river. God bless her heart.
Mhm.
But that's not what happened. Someone took the time. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, someone took the time. And that's what's a little bit different.
Well,
than most
and
others.
can I say that
Sure.
in my head and in my scenario, it sounds like somebody took the time to get out of here. It sounds like somebody did something horrible and then just left and found some place to get her out of their car.
That place is specific, though.
I don't know anything about it.
It's specific. It's
I
a
don't
specific
know
place.
anything about it, so I can't really. That was my thinking. When I tell you guys that I think it was somebody she didn't know, when you tell me she was found on the ground, just sitting on the ground, that doesn't show me that they cared about them at all, that they cared about her at all. They just ditched her dead.
Yes.
That doesn't show caring to me at all.
As opposed to, you ever seen a body when it goes in the river?
No.
It is one.
I've never seen a dead body.
It's actually quite disgusting, especially if it's been in the water for a while. It truthfully is.
I've never seen a dead body.
You ever seen the Michelin Man?
I've seen a funeral dead
You
body.
seen the Michelin Man?
Yeah,
That's what it looks like.
Okay. Yeah, got it.
That's what it looked like. That's what somebody who's drowned looks like.
You told us earlier that you were not aware of anything about Caitlin having second thoughts about going to college. Is that right?
No, she never made me aware of her not wanting to go to Colorado. Maybe she had like doubts or second thoughts. And we were like, are we sure we're going to do this? But it was never like, you go and I'll stay, or we should just not do this together. It was like, are we sure we have the money, the wherewithal, the financial?
So
Yeah, she's confiding and trying to figure out. And it was never, I don't want to go, and me going, well, we said we were going to go. Like, if she said she didn't want to go, okay, let's not go. If she said she did want to go, okay, I'll do everything in my power to get us going.
Mm-hmm. What about this credit card? Didn't your mom sign for a credit card with her?
With her, yeah.
She canceled.
Probably. I mean, I don't know.
She canceled it. She decided not to go forward.
I don't think she wanted to have credit cards part of the bank statement idea. You know, like she just didn't want to do credit cards and keep them.
But that doesn't seem to be going with that. She didn't like credit cards. I mean, she seems like a plant.
Well, she does, and she is a planner, but that doesn't. I don't know about the credit card.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm going to ask you something personal here, and I know it's all personal, but so I think you had mentioned something probably way back in one of your interviews about Caitlin didn't mind you looking at.
Yeah, I said that here just now.
Oh yes, and I think I'd heard that before, maybe, or read it in a report.
Like I said, Sarah, my wife, watched it with her. She remembers the story.
Okay.
She's the one who reminded me of that story.
Okay. Why was everything in your relationship okay?
Yeah. I
Personal-
just
all
like
of that?
porn, dude. I was 20 something years
No,
old.
I understand.
You know what
I get
mean?
that. But there wasn't any difficulties in your, no?
No, I didn't know how to do it. I was probably bad. to tell you the truth, at the time for sure. But no, I mean,
No.
like we didn't super often,
Okay.
but that didn't bother me. I did the things that would get to me sometimes is I would like just more cuddling. And it bothered me that she didn't cuddle me as much as I would like her to. But that never was anything we thought about, not really. And we've been on the verge of breaking up before. That's not like it wouldn't be any sort of new scenario. And it never escalated to more than like, I remember one time she was basically breaking up with me long before all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking it out. And I say, let's just go to the skate park and sit outside and talk, just me and you. We'll figure it out. We went to the skate park. We sat on the side of the bowl and that waterworks. And we talked. And I said, I remember saying, Caitlin, I just don't see myself being with anyone else but you. Don't want to be. If you need me to do this or that, I will do this or that. I don't remember what her main complaints were at the time, but I do remember that we talked it through. We discussed everything. We didn't fight. Not like Sarah and I fight, to tell you the truth. But we didn't fight. And that was while we were basically almost breaking up. It was just a communication thing. That was years. It's not like we broke up and then got back together and then broke up a week later and got back together. It was, is this really what I want?
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what Caitlin was doing. Is this really what I want? Do I really want to be with him for the rest of my life?
Mm-hmm.
And basically it was me saying, yeah, you do. You do. You want to be with me because I want to be with you.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask you one last thing about this weird thing here that your computer
It's a shitty computer.
is shit. Did anybody else have access to it?
No, it was in my room.
Okay.
I mean, some people might have been able to pull it up or do stuff with it if you walked into my room and sat in the chair I used. It's like a red recliner, and I had it sitting on a shelf right there, and I'd type away, and I figured out how to connect all that shit to my TV. So I connected it to my TV, and then when I switch, and that's another thing.
You said you're not good at computers. You sound pretty good at computers.
John was good at computers and told me how to switch it over to my TV.
Did John?
Went with me to Micro Center. This is before all that.
Yeah.
But he went with me to Micro Center. We found the thing that would connect it to my TV, and he showed me how to connect it to my TV.
Okay.
And that was pretty much it. But as far as it's concerned, like, am I great at computers? No. Do I have a decent understanding of computers as any 90s bearing child would? Yeah, I know a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I'm not a computer illiterate.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean,
That's me.
but I mean, there's there's plenty of stuff I don't know.
Well, like in your core group, anybody in your core group, then you're on the computer, but that's what
Everyone in my core group basically knew my passwords to everything.
the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, because my password was stapler, 2 P's, 2012. And the reason that it was stapler was because when I made the first time password, Office Space was sitting on the desk. And it reminded me of the scene where the guy said, I see my stapler.
Right.
So I used the word stapler. And then when I had the computer, when I got that computer, John and I and Alan and Travis all basically lived in that house. And that computer was in the living room. And everyone used it all the time.
So
And I lived in that
it
apartment
was a brute computer for a while.
for a little while. And then I got pissed that everyone was using it. So I took it back into my room. But I didn't change my passwords. Now I did. So I get into my shit.
Yeah. There'd be a product to do that.
Yeah.
So the computer that I think the police looked at and stuff, that used to be a group computer that friends used.
I mean, it was my computer.
Yeah, but they knew
But
your
other people would
passwords.
have been able to
Okay.
use it if they wanted to. I didn't distinctly remember or think, I can't think of off the top of my head anyone in particular sitting on my computer, but Yeah, I mean, I bought that. I don't know when I bought that TV hookup, but we could have even used that to stream TV shows and shit
Right.
when I was living in that apartment.
So did anybody come home with you that night? This blue sedan, nobody came home that night? No. Nobody came with you?
No, I went home. I debated even stopping at Caitlin's. Debated it because I felt bad because she said she wanted me to burn the documents and she was frustrated that she had to stay home. So I wanted to.
Understandable. Yeah, you want.
It was late. I didn't want to bother her.
You want to get pissed at you. You want to do the best thing you can is, hey, I'm sorry. You know, I get that.
Yeah, but it wasn't like I had to be sorry or I needed to be sorry. I have a guilty conscience as it is. Hence why I'm saying, even if it was an accident, couldn't lie straight to your faces.
Why do you have a guilty conscience?
I'm always guilty. Just how I was raised.
Yeah.
Just, you know, like I would do stuff that was wrong. And when I would get accused, I'd feel that. Human condition.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
I also have learned very early on with Mom, made it very clear, don't lie. There's no point.
Mm-hmm.
Never a point to lie. Don't get me wrong. Even to this day, sometimes I lie. But it's never going to be something like this, where it's extremely important that I tell the truth.
Mm-hmm.
If a lie is going to hurt somebody, I prefer not to do it. Is there something else I could address specifically about that?
Yeah, I think you did.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's you answered that question. Yeah. I mean, that's pretty cut and dry, isn't it? I mean,
I don't know why those popped up, but sometimes when you would click on these, those automatically come. Maybe the timestamp is weird on it or something of that nature, but I had no.
but your computer is how many times did it crash?
Oh, that shit would glitch every time. And a lot of times it would send in malware. Add all the time. So I would get all these ads. I would get.
Did you ever have to reboot your computer after it crashed?
Yeah. Yeah.
Regularly. How many times did you say?
I couldn't tell you. That computer's a piece of shit. I couldn't tell you that.
Did it happen more than once, a couple times?
Maybe. More than once, yeah.
More than once.
Okay. Is there anything else, John? you think we should-
We've asked all the questions. Now,
Is there anything more that I can help? Am I going to be relieved from a list or is that never going to happen?
I mean, I don't know if we can, like Paul's trying to rule you out. Now, I'm not saying that, I mean, you've offered explanations for all this stuff, but it still bothers me.
and you've always come in.
I think I'm glad that you've been cooperative. I'm glad you've come in and talked with us.
Well, and
There's a lot of things that I'm sure you probably wish you had those text messages so you could say, look, Mike, right here.
here they all are.
Yeah.
I would totally give them to you. Basically, I would really prefer not to have to do this anymore. Now, I understand if there's some sort of indictment, I'm going to have to go to court or something of that nature. Is that likely?
Like I told you on the phone. I think it was Johnson. The prosecutor's office, I'm a deputy sheriff.
I remember you saying that,
Yes.
that you would put it in and then they might not do anything for a
Yes,
while.
because grand juries do what grand juries do. What they do is we present everything we have to them. And it's basically to get it, because none of this there's not even a case number for this, the prosecutor's office.
Mm-hmm.
So we get it on the record, because if somebody does come in at some point in time, there's no record of shit.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? We get it on the record, we let the grand jury hear all the testimonies that we have.
Mm-hmm.
And they will either indict or they'll kick it back, or they won't indict nothing. We'll call it what's called a no bill, which is meaning the case is still pending till further investigations are done. So that's what happens.
Okay.
So that's basically, that's where we're at with this. Like I was telling your fiance or your wife, is that reason why I was kind of pushing for this, because I talked to all your friends. And one last time talked to you for this very reason we did what we're here today. I greatly appreciate it. But I have to write up my report of what we found and these last questions that we have, and basically, and I'll write it in my report. I will submit this to the prosecutor, and he will go from there. He'll say either, he doesn't have to present this to the grand jury if he doesn't want to. He can say yes, no, or continue research. So he's the prosecutor.
Well, and I'm going to say this. Finally, at this point, you may find discrepancy, but you will not find any evidence. And I can promise you that, because I was not involved in Marco's death in any way. I just want to make sure that is,
Or the disposal of her body.
or the disposal of her body, or anything to do with her disappearance, or anything surrounding the incident that we are discussing today. The only thing I had to do with it was that I loved her and I was in a relationship with her, and that was it. That we were connected. That's it. And beyond that, there's nothing else to find out. And that's what I really want you to be clear on that. Because I can promise you're not going to call me in here, or you're not going to have a grand jury bring me in because of evidence existing. Because I can't, there can't be. It's impossible, because I was not there. At any point, the house, her car, didn't drive it. I went in to look at stuff to see if I could find her phone.
Yeah, and you described that.
But all the way to where she was discovered, I refuse to go. I cannot be in the place where she was found dead. And I have never seen it. I couldn't describe one iota of that area. I've never been there in my life. And I want to keep that statement true, to tell you the truth, because there's no reason I need to go there, ever. And I will never go there. I won't even drive by it. I go the other way, like I always have done.
To like her townhouse, or where she was found.
Where she was found. Drive by her townhouse inside my mom's right there.
Right.
Pick up her daughter and stuff. But where her body was found, I've never been there. I don't want to talk about it. And I know that seems maybe even weird that I don't want to talk about it. But to tell you the truth, it's where she died. And I don't want to be anywhere near that. I don't want to have anything to do with that. That is not her. That is not a memory of her. And that is not something I ever want to see. I've never been there. And I won't ever go there. Ever. Even if you find the person who did it. I'm never going there.
Understandable.
I hope that you find whoever did this. I hope that this ends. I really don't want to come back in here.
Hey, this is a voluntary interview. So
No, I understand it.
yeah,
If
and I know
you
you have-
call me and say, hey, we're gonna need you to come in again, $20 says you'll be able to convince me to do it. Because I don't want to do this anymore.
Okay.
And if it means
Very
that this will stop, then make it stop.
Well, like I said, I'm at the point now, my job is to report my findings to the prosecutor and say, hey, this is where I'm at. He will tell me.
I'll be
Hey,
totally fine to look you at any grand jury in the eye.
Okay.
I will make all the statement I need to make. You can investigate every part of my life. And in fact, I'm going to tell you this too. My wife and I have, and I call her my wife. She is my fiance, but I call her my wife. I'm just telling you, that's how I refer to her. My wife and I, right when we really started being a real relationship, we got this program called Life 360 so that I can be watched no matter where I am. I have a program that detects me wherever I am. And a lot of people will, I don't want to be watched. I don't want to be followed. I do. Because I don't want ever to be caught in this situation again. I'm sorry I'm getting loud. I'm not trying to, it's very passionate. I don't ever want to get caught in this situation again, where something horrific happens and somehow I'm roped into it. I'm turned into be this, it turned into this accusation, you know, and here we go. So I'm never going to do that again. You will know everywhere I am for the rest of my life.
Different set of circumstances for people. Your circumstances are different than everybody else's.
Well, John, I think we ask hard questions of anybody that we interview in this case. So we've asked you a lot of hard questions today, but I know for a fact that Paul asked hard questions of anybody interviewed. So as you said at the very beginning, you want us to find out who did this.
Yes, please.
That's always been your story.
So the only
Yes,
way
please.
to do that is to
I
ask.
remember the moment I told you that, because I remember how strong I looked through your eyes to make sure that you were listening to me when I told you to find who did this.
What I tell you, I will keep looking. I won't stop.
Please keep going. And I promise you that while you're on that trail, there will be no more for you to have to ask me. That discrepancy that you have, that'll be all you got.
Fair enough.
Okay.
That'll be it. There won't be anything else, because there is nothing else. Okay. And the deleting of the messages, accidents, car seats. Okay. I had nothing to do with the car seats. The witnesses, liars. Sorry, but if they saw me pull out of my garage, liars. I did not park in my garage. I never did. That was my mom and Steve's spot, not mine. And number 3, finally. I'm positive that they have, but Steve can corroborate me being home even that early. Me being in my bed, my car being in the driveway, all of that shit. He wakes up ridiculously early. I don't know exactly what time he woke up. Okay. But I do know that it takes a long time to do all the crazy shit that has been said and that has been done to Caitlin. I have no clue exactly or to any extent what happened to her. But I can tell you that I would never have enough time between the time I got home and the time Steve woke up and walked around the house. Granted, I was in bed, but I was in that house. My car was in the driveway. And the man does not sit there. He looks all over the house. The dude knows. Okay, I haven't personally talked to him about this. My mom was the one who told me that he was awake early that day. And I'm assuming he told her that. Okay, but beyond that point, time is still not there. And I know you guys are seeing what you're seeing. I know you've got all your things there, but you're not including that. You didn't mention Steve being home at all. And you're not. You're ignoring it. Not to an extent. To an extent, because
I talked to Mom, Steve.
But he was there.
Like with me and you got down there last night, and your mom had a conversation about your stepdad.
Mhm.
So I already know about what your stepdad is.
Okay.
Yeah, I already knew that.
But it was just like, it's like, here's another witness. Are we going to believe the 2 witnesses that saw my car pull out of a driveway I don't park in? Or are we going to believe the witness that wakes up every morning while I'm in bed? Every morning, early as shit, and works from home, so spent all day that morning awake.
I mean, I know what time. I know what time they said to your car. You're on way. You know.
Yeah.
But again, it's okay. I mean,
I just want to be clear that that's there. I mean, like, I know there's all this stuff, but there are things that corroborate what I'm saying.
There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of people.
Yeah. But I'm talking about me specifically in this particular instance. And I am saying that there are also parts that corroborate what I'm saying. You know, and I know that there are parts that have discrepancy, but that is all they will be and all they are is discrepancy. Something something that I can't disprove and you still have to question. And I'm sorry that that's the way it is, but that is the way it is.
Well, and that's why we have to ask the questions. We have to ask these
Tough questions.
I understand.
And that's what we.
And that's why I'm here. And that's why you guys understand. And very, very hate being here. Don't want to do this. And there's every part of my bravery and my strength to even be here and talk to you guys.
Yeah.
And with every question, it is harder and harder just because here we are again in a room with two guys staring me down.
Like I told you on the phone, my part of this is coming to a close. It being what we want.
Johnson, I mean, this is voluntary. This is voluntary. If you, I mean, you can stop the interview at any point.
I'm not. I won't.
Okay.
I'm not mad at you guys.
I understand.
And it's not you guys
Well,
that I'm upset about.
I
I'm
mean,
upset that this still happens.
Yeah.
I'm upset that I have a child. I'm about to have another.
Yeah.
If it goes to grand jury, does it get photographed? Do I get in trouble? Does my job fire me because they've seen me on the news? They already know about everything that's happened to me. But if it's a public thing and I have customers coming in,
That's what you can do your job. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Your job is your right. You got.
But I'm worried, like, and I'm asking,
No.
if it goes to grand jury, am I going to get like media coverage like crazy?
It's all season. It's all season.
I honestly don't see myself going to try it. I don't see that happening. Because even if you brought me to a grand jury, I have nothing more to give and nothing more to say.
The grand jury, let me explain how grand jury is. The only person in there is the prosecutor, grand jurors, and the secretary. So if you was to go in and testify, I don't know what you testify to.
And to be honest with you, that's part of it.
And he's part of it. He testifies. I don't know what he says. So it's all secret.
And
That's the reason why they do that.
that's a big part of my fear and why I have such a struggle with it. Because if somebody gets it wrong, somebody this up, please.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me stop you right there. 3 years of investigating this. Okay. You see any media coverage on this?
No.
Let me tell you.
Thank you so much. And I don't mean to be rude.
No, I'm just telling you. I want to get it straight. 3 years I've been flying on the radar.
And I'm trying to cut through. I'm just trying to cut through. That's all I'm trying to do. I didn't mean to be insulting.
No, I'm not insulting.
Okay.
Point taken.
But all of that being said, I know that if put before a grand jury or if asked anymore, again, like I said, no more evidence, nothing. There's not going to be anything else. So that's what I have. That's what I have.
And I'm glad you did that statement, what you just said, and everything you said. I'm good.
Did you park in the garage?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Park that's when you get out of here.
Yeah.
We'll take you upstairs right after.
Yeah, I got to pee out too.
Okay, I'll tell you what, I'll go ahead and kind of end our interview. Okay.
All right.
Conclusion of the interview of John Carter, Investigator Regal, and Investigator Newton. 2/15/2023 at approximately 3:42 p.m. So, okay, thank you, John.
Let's go find the rest.
1 month later, on March 22nd, 2023, John was brought back in as a result of overwhelming evidence.
The best I could do was a Diet Coke.
All right, water's
Okay.
So I'll make sure, I think Steve and I got this started okay.
Not a problem. You okay?
Yeah.
Comfortable?
Yeah.
Is it started?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think Steve started.
Okay, John. Before we get started, we have to read you your reminder warnings, okay? So, I think Mr. Regal here, you met Mr. Regal before.
Yes.
So,
Let
John,
me go on so you can read one, as you can read as these
Yeah.
You got one here somewhere.
Take a look at that one.
And I'm going to read the same thing to you,
You
okay?
got one right there for you.
I am a police officer. Both Paul and I are police officers. I warn you that you have the right to remain silent, that anything you say can and will be used in a court of law against you, that you have the right to consult with a lawyer before and during any questioning, and to have a lawyer present with you while you are being questioned. That if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed for you free before any questioning, and that you may stop talking to me or any other police officer at any time during questioning. Do you understand all of your rights as I have read them to you?
Yes.
Yes. Knowing these rights, do you wish to talk to me without having a lawyer present?
For the time being, yes.
Okay. All right. For the time being. Go ahead and fill this out.
What's the
Today is 3/22/2023. And John, I have the time is 4:52 p.m. And that's for one of us. I'll go ahead and print this. Okay.
what's happening?
This is what we call, I think you would, and I know you are probably a Avengers fan, but this is what we call the end game. The end game is we went to a grand jury. Your mom testified before the grand jury because we want her to have her say and input in that grand jury, that proceeding. And the grand jury has indicted you.
Why?
Because they feel that there's enough probable cause that this case proceed further to the common police court. Okay. So they believe the information that we had, and you've been indicted, and
For what?
murder.
Okay, but what evidence? There's nothing.
You're thinking of there's evidence that's got to be fingerprints.
No, I mean,
there's things called circumstantial evidence,
okay.
and there's a lot of. And I mean, you've already talked about the circumstantial evidence, the red flags. That's circumstantial evidence.
Okay, but I had nothing to do with her death or disappearance or any of that. So
That being said,
okay, I'm listening.
we are at the point in time now to where this is where you need to come clean with what everything happened that night, because here's the thing, dude. I'm telling you, the whole stories that you've been giving, the inconsistent stories you've been giving them, being the police department, the media, and everybody else since 2011, has come to a point now to where no one's believing the story. Okay, the whole story about the unknown suspect or individual who was at the festival following you and getting to her house. No one's believing that.
Okay.
They didn't believe it when you first come out with it.
Okay, but that was just like a thought. I mean, like you asked me my theories and I gave you my thought, but I don't.
You told no one asked you that question. That's the question you gave to the 911 operator day one. Okay.
Okay.
So that means
I thought maybe that could be a possibility, but I'm not saying that's my story. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. That's not a story I gave you as an excuse or any other thing than just there could have been any reason. And I thought maybe that would be the most likely scenario because it seems unbelievable to me that anyone I know would do that to her.
okay.
But I haven't made any lies. I haven't told you anything that didn't happen. So maybe my stories are different sometimes here and there.
Sometimes, John,
But there's
your story has evolved constantly over the past almost 12 years.
Because it's been years.
Yeah, but your story's not, it's never the same story twice. That's the best part about all this. It's never the same story twice.
What are you talking about?
All your stories.
What part is inconsistent or different?
You filled out. You remember filling out a form early on, like shortly,
just writing down everything.
Writing down everything. You talked about the events of that day, and it's like, tell us about Caitlin. And you wrote, she is kind. She has a snaggletooth. You remember that form? That was
vaguely.
So you wrote down a whole sequence of events from the day before and the day after in August, and you have events that just like they couldn't have occurred. Like they couldn't have occurred. Like, you know, about your mom coming back from David's bridal, and you had all of these other things happening, and then you called the police. Like, John, like I read through it, and I went through it, and I read it, and went back over it, and this is right after it happened.
Okay, can I
say what you gotta say, brother.
I don't have anything new to tell you. So if we're just gonna sit here and question me,
there's no more questioning,
or expect me to
let me get this out to you, okay? Let me tell you what this is where I'm going to tell you this
to do with her death or disappearance, and that's really
right now. As of right now, okay. If you want to tell us what really happened that night, I'm willing to listen. The prosecutor is willing to listen. No, but we don't want to hear no more of this nonsense about this unknown suspect following you guys.
I'm not giving you that. Okay, that's the unknown suspect following me thing. Okay, fine. What I have been telling you and what I've been trying to say is I have no clue what happened to her. What I did,
I'm not buying
what I
that.
said. Okay, then we're done.
I'm fine.
I'm gonna need to get my lawyer.
Yes.
Please.
Okay. Yes, because you'll be
Can
going
I
to court.
please have a phone call?
Yes, when you get to the jail.
All right. John, it's 4:58 p.m. Okay, I'm going to put down 4:58. Attorney requested.
Well, you need to believe it because it's happening right now.
Well, I mean, what you're doing is like it's
no, I'm not
literally
that.
No. What has happened, what has transpired, is just it's unbelievable because I really have nothing to do with any of this. With what you're accusing me of, I have nothing to do with it.
John, look,
I didn't have.
He's invoked.
Yes, you've invoked your rights. Okay, at this point, so we really can't go any further. Understand?
Fine.
Okay, so I'm writing it down at 4:58 p.m. And should we stop the interview at this point?
Yes.
Yeah.
John Carter's trial was one of the most dramatic trials the state had seen in many years. Originally charged with first-degree murder, he pleaded down to involuntary manslaughter in exchange for admitting his guilt. As a result, he was given the maximum penalty, 3 years behind bars. Thank you for watching today's video. Whether you're new here or have been with us for a while, check out one of the craziest cases I've ever covered right here, or one of my newest uploads right here.